What's up, guys? What is up? Welcome to Topic Tuesday. Topic Tuesday. And, I'm feeling good today. Feeling pretty good. It's like 10 o'clock, so hopefully you guys are geared in and strapped in for some fun today. I'm excited. So, the premise of Topic Tuesday is essentially we'll go on a random topic generator and we'll just pick 5 of them and see what shakes out. We'll see which 5 topics we can yap about the most, and we'll just get into it. I thought it'd be fun to have topics that maybe I'll know about, maybe I won't, but it'd be fun to kind of figure out. I don't know, just yap our way through just different topics and scenarios and situations. So that's the goal for today. Not that there needs to be a goal, but that's kind of what today is for. Tuesdays are for just a topic. Just I don't know. But first of all, welcome. Thank you for being here. Hopefully the sound is good, the lighting's good. I tried to spend some time splitting the audio for some music, but I'm going to have to spend another day on it because I really want to be able to play my Spotify so you guys can listen, so it's not just white noise in the background. Maybe you like that, I don't know, but me, I always need kind of like some background music to set the vibe. So, but yeah, I didn't do anything today. Today was essentially, I went to the grocery store and that was it. I know, right? Exciting, crazy life. But yeah, that was. It was. I don't know why I'm yawning. I don't know why I'm tired. I didn't do anything at all. But yeah, so this will be fun. This will be a fun kind of see if this sticks, see if this doesn't stick. We'll see. And I'll try not to move the mic as much as yesterday, because I was rewatching some of the parts just for like quality control, and I didn't like the mic sounds like when it's like jostled. So I'll try to do better today. But hopefully it's the volume's good and you can hear me just fine. So yeah, with that, I think we'll just get right into some topics. Hopefully everybody out there has been having a good day, and it's been peaceful and relaxing, or whatever your day you're looking for. Hopefully it was that for you. So I just went on a website here, and we're gonna do 5 topics, and we're gonna go ahead and generate this. Okay. So hopefully you can see that. Let me adjust that. Maybe I'll put it up here so we can kind of follow along. Something like that, maybe. Yeah, that'll work. Okay. So we have topic number 1. How has the education you received changed your life? Okay. Topic number 2. Blacksmiths. Okay. Topic number 3. What are your plans for this weekend? Whoa. Topic number 4. Have you ever given a presentation in front of a large group of people? How did it go? Topic number 5. What's the best thing about traveling? And what's the worst thing? Okay. All right. So these are some solid first entries. That's my puppy. He's a little sick. Okay. right, we can work with that. Okay. All right. I'm actually gonna get rid of this because it's annoying that it's over my like that. But I'll keep track. Okay. So topic number 1. How has the education you received changed your life? Okay. Let me see if I can do something real quick. Oopsies, don't want to do that. Let's see if... Nope. Well, we'll figure it out later. We're going to get rid of that. Alright, we're back. Okay, so let's go through these and see what's up. How has the education you received changed your life? Well, that's a pretty easy one, honestly. It did nothing. No, I'm kidding. I am very thankful for the opportunity to get education, and the education I received was, I'd say, Midwest good. And okay, so for those, I'm in America, so I guess the priority when you're an American student is gym class and vending machines. Like those are the two big things that, like, if you got a good gym and a good vending machine, you're probably a top tier institution as a school. So every school that I went to had pretty good vending machines except for middle school. That's when I took them out and made them healthy. I replaced all the good snacks with healthy snacks, like cut up fruit. And that was a mess. That was a travesty. That was probably the worst years of my education, honestly. But no, I went to school in the city here in Iowa, in Des Moines, and growing up, I really loved my teachers. My teachers were real nice, real cool. It's funny. This is kind of forcing me to think back to growing up, but I never think back. Like, I talk to my family all the time. I'm like, I don't think of my memories. I don't think of, like, growing up. I rarely think about school. I rarely think about any time before, like, last year. I don't know why. It's like a use it or lose it kind of thing, where I just do not think about the past. So this kind of forces me to. But school was... I always had a lot of fun in school. Like, elementary school was a whole vibe, because it was like... It was one of those where we lived right next to the school. I mean, we lived like a 3-minute walk from school. So it was so much fun to, like, get up, walk home from school and, like, catch Toonami after class. And me and my brothers would just, like, watch anime after school ends. And it was so much fun. But, like, the education itself, I'd say, was decent. You know, we had scholastic book fairs, which were amazing. I had really, really good teachers. The Iowa school system, that's all I knew. So I don't know like anything different. So it'd be kind of fun to compare to other schools. But, you know, I liked, everything was pretty mellow, pretty chill. I did pretty well in school. Um, it was one of those where it kind of just came natural to me. I mean, I did a lot of work too, and I did a lot of studying, and I had a lot of help from my parents and my brothers and um, my teachers and my friends. Like it was like definitely a group effort, but it was one of those things where I naturally like a big chunk of school came easy to me. So that made it a lot more enjoyable for me. And the vending machines. The vending machines were top tier. I'm talking Snickers, I'm talking Twix, I'm talking Butterfinger, I'm talking those Chex Mix, like cheddar Chex Mix. Those things were delicious. Come on now. Come on now. But yeah, I'm very thankful. Education has changed me because without it, well, I don't know where I'd be. I don't know. It'd be kind of. Oh, I apologize. Oh, I'm not even that tired. I'm just in this cozy chair, and I got the heater going, and I got the blankets and the soft lighting, so it's like it's making me sleepy. But um, but yeah, and then after, so I went to elementary, middle school, and high school all in the same city. And then for college, I went to the University of Iowa, which is in Iowa City, which is an hour and a half away from my hometown. And that was a lot of fun because I actually chose a major that I really, really was interested in. I went to school for astronomy and physics, which is funny because I actually pretty much, I'm almost failed my high school physics class because I was not interested in it at all. It was so boring to me. But yeah, I don't know what it was. I remember sitting down, choosing my major before I went to my first year, and astronomy was on there. I was like, man, I love astronomy. I've always loved astronomy since a kid. Let's just do it. There was like business accounting and ethics and art and all these things that like. But I saw astronomy. I was like, yes. And college was really cool for me because that like changed the trajectory of my life. It was like once I settled on something I actually enjoyed, then I realized, oh, like school can be cool. Like I was taking physics courses, I was taking astronomy courses, I was taking kickboxing courses, I was taking feminism courses, I was taking, Greek mythology and all these courses that like I was genuinely intrigued with. Instead of when you're in high school or like any level of school, for the most part you're just there because you have to be there. At least that's how I felt. It's like even though I enjoyed a lot of school, the learning aspect of it was lost on me. It was more like do all of this so you can get a good grade, so you can end your schooling, right? It was just like a means to an end, and I think that's like how it is for a lot of us. But it was like once I got into college, like I saw, oh, like a lot of these people around me like are here because they want to be here, and that changes things. When you want to be there and you like want to soak up this knowledge, that's a game changer. So I was sitting there in like my freshman courses, my astronomy courses, like my physics, all these things, just soaking up as much information I could, and I realized, oh, I can do like really well because I dig it. Like I want to know how to figure out these math problems about quasars and galaxies and Nashville. Come over here. There's too many cords over there. My puppy. But I remember distinctly, like in high school, I've always been good at math, but in high school, math is a tough subject to focus in on when you've got 6 other subjects. You've got after school basketball, you've got after school clubs, you've got your family, you've got maybe you're working, maybe whatever it is. It's a tough class. It's a tough concept to do, especially like upper level courses like calc, like in calculus. I think I got up to like calc 2 in high school. it was a nightmare for me. It was a struggle. I just genuinely had to grit my teeth and bear it, and I didn't do too hot in the courses. But then I got to college, and I could see how the math could help me figure out my astronomy, and that's when it clicked for me. When I figured out, oh, physics, which I didn't like in high school, math, which I didn't like in high school, that can help me figure out these astronomy problems, and I'm like really interested in astronomy. That was like all I needed. So then I like focused on my math, focused on my physics, and I did pretty well. And I mean, it just goes to show you that like the focus, I think there's the shift. Once you shift from like obligatory to like, oh, I'm actually interested in this, oh, that's game over. Game over. Like I feel like that applies to everything, but like it was just such a clear lesson for me where it's like, yo, if I like something, chances are I'm gonna try to want to be good at it. And there was a lack of vending machines in at the university, which was glaring, but I did well, and I liked it, and I had fun. I feel like the education was good. You know, I learned a lot. I still have a lot of my books. And there was one course. It was my, I think it was like Astrophysics 2 or something like that, which sounds like crazy, but it was just like the natural progression of all the courses I took. So, but like it was funny because when people say, "Oh, it's not rocket science," well, it's like that course was actually rocket science. But yeah, that was like the one course in all of college where I actually felt like I was in college. Like those like when you think of like all the old like philosophers, like the Greek and Roman philosophers who just like sit in a room with other thinkers and just try to figure out problems and things. That's how this course felt. It was like the professor was very chill. He was way less focused on testing and like all that stuff. He even like would give us prompts and things where like the test wasn't the main focus. The main focus was like figuring out how to figure out something. Not necessarily figuring it out, but like taking the steps to figure out how to figure it out. And with these like upper level concepts of like time and space and dimensions and gravity and all this, it was perfect for that because you kind of, it's tough to not approach it that way, with these concepts that are just like so foreign that like we don't even know if they're like absolute. He was teaching us like to question and not just to solve, and that was like, that did the most, I think, for me as a person in education wise, because it was like the first time. I mean, it took me all the way through most of my schooling to reach that class where he was like, less about solve the problem, get a good grade, more about question how we get to this, and question if this is even the right question to ask. So that was cool. That was really cool. I really enjoyed that. Let's do number 2, because I feel like that'd be a little more fun. Question number 2 is blacksmiths. I mean, I could talk all day about blacksmiths, almost. I mean, honestly. What isn't there to say about blacksmiths? Well, first things first, not all blacksmiths are black. Didn't know that. Had to read a book for that. Let me tell you, when I saw the picture for the first time, and it was a white blacksmith, I was like, that's not a white smith? It's crazy. It was wild. I was like, dang, what's the point then? Like, what's the point? I don't want a white smith doing all my forgery. No. blacksmiths. Really intriguing. It's such a cool, like, concept. And I don't even know it fully, but when I think of blacksmiths, I think of like Skyrim, and I think of like medieval days when they're like hammering things, just like constant, and there's heat everywhere. Like, just you're surrounded by heat because like some urn or like kiln or like some fireplace or forge, is that what they call it? It's just boiling away in the back, but the heat is just constant. It's everywhere, and something like a piece of iron is always glowing, somewhere. It'd be so cool to be a blacksmith, like, for a day. Like, I've seen streams where like streamers will go and like hang out in the blacksmith forge and just like make a sword. Like, that would be so cool. Like, if for one day I could have all the knowledge of a blacksmith and just be set loose in like a forge and just pound out swords, just get into the mix of things, like figure out how to make the best of everything, like the high quality. I would want to be obviously I would want to be like a top tier, like, I'm sure back in the day, I say back in the day like it was like the 80s. No, back in the day, like 1180. That's the 80s I'm talking about. Like, back in the day, there were different levels, like tiers of blacksmiths. I'm sure there was like tier 1 where it's like kind of average, and everything I'm basing this on is Shield Hero, the anime. So take it for what it is. But I'm sure like tier 1 was like, oh, common metals. You got whatever common was back then. Let's go with steel and iron. No, not steel. I think steel is actually not common. Iron. That's it. Everything is made out of iron, or bronze. Couldn't tell you. I'm making this up, but let's just say there's like common metals, common material, and they're like decent. And then there's a middle tier. Tier 2 was like pretty good quality. Maybe we're talking like silver or, I don't know, copper. And then you got the tier 3, which is like top class, like all the expertise, all the knowledge, all the skill. You can forge like the best of the best weapons, best of the best armor, best of the best anything. Spoons, spoonery or whatever you can. It'd just be so cool to be that tier where you're just, how to make the best available items. I would love to just have that for a day, have that knowledge. Oh, how do these metals mix? What temperature, when do I turn this? When do I smash this? When do I hit this? When do I do this? That'd be a lot of fun. Plus, I'd be like always covered in soot. So like I look like rugged and like look real masculine and, really cool. Because like I hear people like that kind of look when you're just covered in soot. It's just like hard day's work, am I right? In the forge. Like, that would be a lot of fun. Plus, it'd be warm, and I love the warmth. Like, I would love to know how to like craft a knife, like a really nice knife, not just like a dull shiv, but like a really nice, like, sharp, beautiful. And I would want to use like the jewels and like the different woods of handles, or like maybe I'd do like a bronze handle with like jeweled inlets, like, or inlaid in them, but something I could actually use, something that just wouldn't break apart at the first stab, because I'm gonna stab a bunch, so it's like I gotta have enough where it sticks together. Like, that'd be a lot of fun to be able to do that, to be able to figure that out, to like gain knowledge over time, to just like everyone wants to come to me, all the warriors, who's that dude at the round table? Sir Camelot or Merlin, I don't know. Sir Camelot, he would come through and be like, yo, Hey, Riot, can I get a long sword? Like, bro, what kind you want? You want gold? No, gold soft. You want steel? You want Damascus steel? You want Steely Dan? What you want? I got you. And I hook him up with like the highest quality, just immaculate. Maybe I'd even throw a sheath in there just because like we boys. I'm like, yo, Sir Camelot, I got you. And I'd toss him the sword, and he would catch it with the sword part, and it would slice it, and it'd be, my bad. It's good though, right? It was sharp. I seen it cut you. I seen it. Yeah. Next one's on me. But it would just be so much fun to. Well, I guess it would be tough too. Like, don't get me wrong. They probably that was like almost backbreaking. Not backbreaking, but like, I mean, you're working with hot metal. Like, that's not easy. You're in the heat all day, and it gets warm wherever they're at. I know global warming wasn't quite at that level then, but like, it was still pretty warm. I mean, you're gonna be in Egypt blacksmithing, like, you're gonna be warm. So it wouldn't be easy, but and like, you gotta wield hammers and stuff, and you gotta like deal with like patrons, and you know, I mean, dealing with people is never easy, and it don't matter what time period. So that would suck. But like, think of all the things you could make with, like, if you had that knowledge. Like, you could make knives and swords and shields and armor. And I'm sure this is just like a stereotypical blacksmith. Like, I'm sure there's like things that they made that we don't even know about. Or like, were they involved in cutlery? Did they make like candlesticks or like candle holders? What are the candelabras? I'm trying to. It's tough to like think of things that they would need, because what existed back then, like, they didn't have lights like lamps, I think. So like door handles, they can make door handles. Probably. Was glass blowing a thing back then? Did the blacksmiths handle the glass blowing? That is a question for another time. That's another topic. But it'd be so much fun. I'm sure. Like, I wonder what like level of society blacksmiths were seen at. Like, were they cool? Were they like blue collar? Were they? Oh, sorry. Were they blue collar? Were they white collar? Where were they, like, in terms of like class hierarchy? Was it like a job that everyone wanted to do? Was it a job no one wanted to do? It's kind of. It'd be fun to know. It'd be fun to learn. It'd be fun to do. Yeah, I could do some blacksmithing. I'm mixed, so I can make it work. I'll take a little more melatonin and get a little darker. I could be a blacksmith. I would love to have that knowledge. I would just play music that like include the flute like a lot. I would just do that all the time. Just have flutes playing wherever, and just be smashing on my hammer. Yeah. Okay. Topic number 3. Let's see. What are your plans for this weekend? Ooh. Okay. This weekend. What is this weekend? This weekend is this April? We're in April. So this weekend, I don't know. I'll probably chill out. I'll probably relax. I'll probably binge watch some Korean dramas. And I'll probably take this weekend off, so I'll plan some more trip for my trip to Korea and figure out the odds and ends and things like that. 'Cause yeah, that's always fun, planning trips. But I think actually I can save that for the last question for today. Well, we're burning through these, so we'll probably do another set of random questions or random topics. But yeah, so let me turn this up just a little bit. Hopefully my voice is loud enough for you. Hopefully it's coming through just fine. Or hopefully it's not too loud. Let's go with that. That'd be. Yeah, let me turn it down just a little bit. Okay. All right. So, yeah, this weekend. Yeah, that's a quick question because this weekend ain't nothing happening on this weekend. Let's see. Oh, hey. Thanks, Ari. That's awesome. Welcome. We're doing random topics today. 'Cause it's Topic Tuesday. Question is, have you ever given a presentation in front of a large group of people? How did it go? Hey, what's up? Welcome. Glad you're here. Yeah, we're just yapping. We're just having fun. How are you doing today? I felt so bad. I've been so bad at like responding to anybody. I mean, it's one of those things where I just have not been like in the good like mental state to just yap, except for here, in the comfort of my home. So yeah, I'm gonna lurk you. I'm gonna pass out, so I'm gonna hit the gym in the morning. Yeah, of course. Lurk away. I hope you have fun at the gym in the morning, and I hope you sleep well. Hopefully, something I say might make you laugh while you're sleeping or something. I don't know, but yeah. So, night. Thanks for the follow, Ari. Hope you come through a few times and I don't know, shoot the breeze. But group presentations. Oh, believe it or not, I'm actually a pretty decent public speaker, which is wild because I don't like to speak. But something happened like late in high school. I think it was because I became like a class president, or not a class president, a president of this group called Best Buddies. And if you don't know Best Buddies, it's like one of my favorite organizations. It's like it helps to like foster relationships with people with intellectual challenges and things like that. And so it was like something really important to me. And the woman in charge, the teacher in charge, she was like, in a weird way, she was my mom's sorority sister. It was a crazy connection, but we really hit it off, and she was really cool. And like, I joined the group, I think freshman year, and went through all the way till I graduated. And yeah, so senior year I was the class or the club president for Best Buddies. And something happened where that year, like, I had to give a whole bunch of speeches, like, to the group. But it was really cool because it was like, maybe 10 of us, maybe 12, and we'd just all meet in the library or the classroom or whatever. And like, I had to give so many speeches, just like, program updates and events we're gonna do and all these things that, like, naturally, slowly, like, I just developed a habit of speaking in front of people. When beforehand, I was the kid who, like, I would memorize what I was gonna say before I stood up. On those, like, first day of class, like, tell us about yourself. I would be the one, okay, what am I gonna say? Like, going through in my head, line by line. My name is Chris. Even my name, I'd be like, my name is Chris. It's Chris, right? Yeah, yeah, okay. All right, cool. What do I like to do? And I'd be like, and thankfully I would always like my name, I'm like down on the list, so I would never have to like go right away, so I have time to like think. But even then, it would mess me up because like I would be like, okay, and then by the time I stood up, like it all flew out the window, and it was not good. And then any speech class I had, it was just I wasn't that great. I wasn't terrible. Like I could give a presentation, but I was never like comfortable. I would never. It would be one of those things where like I was just hoping, like and praying that like at the end of it, it all made sense. I hoped that I almost like would black out in my mind, and I would just bank on the fact that I practiced it enough to where it would just flow. But I would just be saying words essentially and hoping it made sense. Because I was not good at it at first. But then, yeah, there's something about this Best Buddies Club where I had to give speech after speech, presentation after presentation, and it just kind of helped because it was like a way more comfortable setting. It was like not in front of like classmates who didn't want to be there or like people who weren't interested in what I was saying. It was like in front of a club where all the people were there because they wanted to be there and they needed to know the information I was giving. So it was like it was valuable, it was useful, and it was helpful. So it was like something happened after that where now if I give a speech in front of a group, it is I actually enjoy it. Like I don't want to say command the room, but I can like navigate a speech or a presentation really well. Not to say I don't get nervous beforehand. Like there's times where like I will get nervous, like okay, but usually I prepare really really well, and I've done enough times now where it's like it's just something you do. And I've always been curious, like if any of you like enjoy public speaking or not. Like I know that's a big fear for a lot of people. A lot of people have nightmares about it. A lot of people hate it, like just so uncomfortable with it. So I'd be curious if anybody's out there like me where they weren't great at it. I wasn't like terrified of it. I just didn't enjoy it. But now like it's something I really like to do. It was like immersion therapy for me, where it's like I just had to do it so many times that now it's like it's second nature. And another big part for me is like preparing. Like if I feel like I'm prepared, oh, we're good. We're good. And like I won't put myself in a situation where I have to give a presentation without being prepared. Like that's how I am. I'm just like I got to go over all my bases, over all potential questions, everything, so that I can make it enjoyable. I remember the first real speech I gave after I like had acquired these skills was a college course, and it was about like it was essentially me. We had to pick like something to advocate for, and I advocated like why we should remove the R word, the word retard, from like our common slang or like our colloquial language. Like pretty much saying, hey, this shouldn't be what we call people, like even in jest, like because it's near and dear to my heart. It's like, yo, that's not cool. So anyways, I ended up giving a speech in college freshman year about it, and it was like the best speech I'd given. It was like one of those where, like I'm not sure if people cried, but I'm pretty sure people cried. I saw a few teardrops like welling up in the eyeballs. Like it was like one of those where like I knew I had hit it based on the reaction of people around me, and then I got a pretty good sizable applause, and that's when I knew, oh yeah, I can speak. I could speak. Now, like I said, I was nervous before I gave that speech. I wanted to do well, but it was like the first time like I could actually like command it and like feel the words I'm saying, not just like recite something, but like feel it and like navigate it and like audible and switch things. And I was aware of my speech pattern and my cadence and the words I chose. So it's like that was a big one for me. And then since then it's just been, if I have to give a speech, it's kind of fun. So now, like, I'm rarely in a setting where I have to give a speech. It's like, it's usually in the context of work, where like we'll be doing something or we need to do something. I have to give a speech to the guys or the crew, you know. I'm talking to crew of maybe 6 people, 7 people. So it's like I can, that's no problem. But like, I'm sure I'd be fine giving a speech to. I think the most I've given was probably like maybe like a parents' night or something. It was like all the students and all the parents and like the members, and so maybe like 50, maybe 50 or 60, something like that. But I'm sure it'd be fine. It's like once you get to the part where you're not like nervous, then it's like it doesn't matter who is there. It doesn't matter how many people are there. It could be 50, it could be 500. I mean, it'd still be wild, but like it's the same. It's like once you pass like 5 people, then to me it's all the same at least. But yeah, long story short, I like public speaking. It's a lot of fun for me. It wasn't always. Don't get me wrong, it was not always fun. All right. What's the best thing about traveling? What's the worst thing? Okay, this is the one. Honestly, all the other ones, I was just waiting for this one because anybody who knows me, traveling is one of my favorite things to do. It's like you can tell my speech is getting a little faster because it's like I absolutely adore to travel. It's something that I'm very, very glad that my parents instilled to me as a kid. Like we weren't by any means like, a traveling family or like well off or any of that stuff, but they made a point to like if they had free time and had any extra money in their pockets, like we try to take a trip. We try to take a road trip to the Carolinas or Florida. Like they're I got it from them where it's like I love the beach, I love the ocean, so that has to be a part of most of my travel, is at least some time on a beach. But they made a point to at least expose us to the idea of traveling, which I'm so thankful for, because now it's like I kind of took that little seed and I ran with it. Like I think, like for example, I just took a short trip to Spain. Like right when I quit my job, is like, I mean, I had already planned to take the trip. It was going to be like a long weekend trip, and I was going to come back and work, but I ended up just leaving work, quitting, because I got like obsessed with the idea of like, okay, my last day of work will be the first day of my trip in Spain. So yeah, February, I think, or end of January, I think I went to Madrid for 3 days and had a blast. Ate so much good food. Went to the Prado Art Museum and saw the black paintings. And ate some really good pastries. I'm not even a pastry guy, but it's like when I'm in a different country, I just do what they do. So they were eating, a lot of people I saw were just eating pastries and drinking coffee for breakfast, and that's exactly what I did, and it was perfect. It was delicious. I remember sitting out at the Prado Museum, like on a stone bench in this beautiful park, watching people walk by or run by, or some people were working out, and it was just a cool scene. It's like something that's like stuck with me the most from that trip. But and like I said, I'm planning a trip to Korea this summer. So it's like it's always in the forefront of my mind. It's like, and every time I go back to it, every time I like take a trip, I'm like, oh yeah, that's right. That's a big reason why I'm alive. Like that's it. It fills me up in a way that like a lot of aspects of life do not. It's one of those like I truly feel like one of the best versions of myself while I'm taking a trip. And that says something. I mean, if I could travel for my job, oh, that's all I would do. That's why I take a lot of time. That's why the things I've done in the past for work have been traveling, like across the country or across the state. You know, I really like to see different areas of places, and I like to like utilize that with whatever working I'm doing. So like since I've been surveying for what 4 or 5 years, you know, you'll go all across the state. You know, North Carolina, I'd be on the coast one day, I'd be in the mountains one day, I'd be in the hills one day. It was just so much fun. I'd be in the city one day, and even in Iowa, it's like you can be on the west side, be on the east side. It all looks the same, but you still get to be in a different place, which is pretty cool to me. But yeah, like I've one of these days we'll go over like all my trips, and just so I can reminisce. Not even like I don't. It's not. I hate. Okay, so the perfect way to put this is when people ask me like, or when I hear someone say, "Hey, I would really love to go to this place." Let's say Paris. I've already been to Paris, but like I don't say anything. I don't like. I'm not the type. I don't want. I'm not saying this to like put my experiences above yours or put my like. Oh, he's so cool. He traveled. Like, no, I don't say anything. I let like, cause I want their joy. Like that's their trip. That's their. I don't want to be like, oh yeah, I went there and it was amazing and blah blah blah. No, I stay quiet because it's like, I wouldn't talk about this unless I had this. You know, I wouldn't unless you asked me, hey, how was my trip? I would tell you. But like, apart from that, I don't say anything because it's my experience and I don't know. I don't like to. I don't do it to boast, I guess is what I'm trying to say, and I hope it doesn't. I never want it to come out that way. I just like talking about traveling and my trips and yeah, and my experiences. So one of these days, maybe on a Flashback Friday, we'll do kind of a traveling. Maybe we'll get out the map and I'll kind of put pins on where I've been, because I've been to a solid amount. Nothing crazy. Like I see people who've been to like 50 countries, and I'm like, that's pretty sweet. That's the goal. But yeah, the best part about traveling for me, the blacksmiths. No, the best part of traveling for me is probably the food. I'd say the food. A lot of people say the people, and the people are cool. I've met a lot of cool people traveling, but I'm also not very much of a people person. So like, I'm a type, even when I'm on a trip, like I'll have my headphones in a lot. I'll have my book with me a lot. It's like I'm still me, but I'm in a new place. And the me, I don't like usually try to engage in too many conversations. You know, obviously if like I'm friendly. If you come up to me and you're like, hey, and you start talking, I'm gonna start talking. Like it's not like that. I just kind of keep to myself, you know, a lot. So, but I have met really cool people I've stayed with, you know, Airbnb situations, people I've met out, and like I've had really cool experiences with people. That's awesome. But like for me, it's the food. Like the food is my favorite part about traveling. Like, I mean, it doesn't matter if I'm in America, if I'm overseas. One of my biggest passions is just like trying new foods, trying good restaurants, trying bad restaurants, trying it all. I'll eat whatever. Like that's like my one. I don't want to say stipulation, but like if I get into another relationship, like romantically, I would love it if the person I was with shared that kind of like drive as me. Like I've dated picky eaters, and it's not demoralizing. It's just like, it's like one of those things where like it's so fun for me, and such a big part of like what makes me happy, that like it's almost kind of like sad that like I can't share that with the person I see the most, you know, if that makes any sense. It's like, obviously if I find the person I'm going to marry, like it doesn't matter, like it doesn't, that stuff doesn't matter as much, but like on some level it kind of does to me, just because I would love, like, just like whoever I date or whoever I want them to like enjoy traveling. You know, they don't have to. I mean, I'm perfectly fine if it's one of those things where they'd rather like a whole host of reasons. You know, maybe they don't like to fly. Maybe they don't like whatever it is. But it'd be so much fun to find somebody who likes to travel and likes to eat. Like, that's who I am. I eat my way through any city. Like, my first memory of this was my first solo trip to Chicago. And like, if you know Iowa at all, the Midwest, you really have slim pickings to where you're gonna travel to. Like, I think I was in college and I wanted to take a day trip from Iowa City, and it's like from there you can go to Chicago, you can go to maybe Milwaukee, Madison, Minneapolis, St. Louis. Like, they're all within maybe 5-6 hours, but you don't. I mean, I wasn't about to fly. I was a broke college kid. It's like, you know, I didn't have the money for a plane ticket. But anyways, I took this trip to Chicago, which is an amazing city. I love it to death. I would move there. I thought about living there for a period of my life. But I remember it was just so natural. Before the trip, the only thing I did was look up food places around the place I was staying. I looked up food places around the I think I took a bus out there, so the bus stop, I was looking up really good food places around there. You know, I was so food obsessed already, and I think I was like maybe 19 at the time. And it was like I think my first solo trip out somewhere. And because I'd been on trips with my friends and I'd been on trips with my family, but this one was like just me. And I was like, whoa, what do I want to do? And it was food. And I remember just eating deep dish pizza. I remember eating Italian sausage sandwiches. I remember eating so many like hot dogs. I remember eating some Greek food. But like that really like sparked for me. Like that was it. That was like the you know, the start, the budding of my travel experiences, because that's still to this day. You know, when I went out to New York, all about food. You know, Charleston, all about food. The only times it's not about food for me is if I'm going to, like, if my vacation is purely based on the beach. You know, if I'm going to a beach town, doesn't matter to me as much. You know, maybe I'll get some seafood, but like, I'm gonna spend 99% of the time at the beach. So it doesn't matter. I can have Pizza Hut for dinner. It don't matter. I don't care. I'm not picky in that sense. But yeah. So my favorite part about travel, there's a lot, and we'll get into this more. But my favorite absolute part about traveling is the food. I just had some delicious, like, shrimp curry when I was in Madrid. Oh, I had my first Michelin star restaurant experience in Madrid in Spain. First one, and I'm what, 33, 32. I keep thinking I'm 33. And it was so good. It was so, like, the flavors of some of those bites. It was like one of those places where, like, it's small plates and really, really small dishes, like bites like that big. But you get a bunch of, like, different things to try, so it kind of fills you up. And it was delicious. It was like, oh my goodness, it was so good. And then I worked in Hawaii for like 4 months. And I still dream about some of the Korean food I had out there and some of the fish out there. There's this place called Ahi Assassins, and I think I found it through Anthony Bourdain. Maybe, I can't remember. One of the travel shows I was watching at the time, and it had the most delicious baked fish I have ever had in my life, and I think it closed down, so I don't know if it still exists, but the best baked fish I've ever had in my life. Like, I'm still trying to recreate that in my dishes today. Like, it's so good. Oh my goodness. So yeah, that one is for sure my favorite part about traveling. Now let's go to the least favorite. My least favorite part about traveling is probably, I have this theory that the first hour and a half in a new city is trash. No matter where you go. No matter if it's in America, if you go into Chicago for the first time, or you're going to Florence, the first hour and a half is trash, because that's the hour where you either land in the airport, so you're figuring out either immigration or passport stuff, and you're figuring out transportation to your wherever you need to go. Like, maybe you've researched it all beforehand, but like now you have to put it into practice. No matter how prepared you are, it's tough. And then when you have a language barrier, it's even a little tougher. So I always just keep in the back of my mind, the first hour and a half, it's going to be trash. Just remember that and just survive it, and then you're fine. Like, just knowing that going in is big. It doesn't matter where you are. Like, my first hour and a half in Chicago, not good. I remember I got off the bus. I remember I was like, Chicago throws me off. Like, with the water, the body of water to the east or the north, wherever you are, it's like, it just, for some reason, screws me up. So I was getting lost and turned around, and it was foggy, and I was like, what is this? What's happening? But my one distinct memory of this, like, out in practice, this is when I formed the theory, was when I took a I took a bus from Paris to Florence. And I got off the bus in Florence. And so essentially, I know a fair bit of French, like enough to get by, but my Italian was like not great, like not good. It was just like I couldn't even count in Italian. Like I could say, I couldn't really even tell you much more than, buongiorno. Like, that's it. So I go to the bus stop in Florence, and Florence is tiny. Like, it's a pretty small city. So it was a good one to like test my skills, but like that first hour and a half was so terrible. I got off the bus station, I was so disoriented. I didn't know where to go. I like the bus I wanted to take, I think they were out of service, so I was like, I had to do an audible, and like doing an audible with no Wi-Fi, no language, nothing. It was like so stressful, and like I teared up. I was like it was one of those, I was so frustrated and like kind of stressed out that like I started tearing up, and I was like, I dropped my and I had my bags, and they were heavy, and I was just like walking around trying to figure everything out. And like after an hour of this, I just like dropped my bags, I remember distinctly sitting on this like kind of there's like a hill with like some concrete up the way, and I sat on that concrete, and I just dropped my bags, and I was just like, I had to like collect myself and like gather myself, and just I took like 5 minutes to just be like, yo, this is not fun. And I was tired. I get off the bus. It was like a overnight bus ride, and I was just like exhausted. And I was like, I just want to be at the place. I just want to be at the Airbnb. Like, and I know I'm like still a half hour away from where I want to be, because I had to take buses, and I was just like, wow. But that's when I realized the first hour and a half, wherever you're at, is gonna suck. It's gonna suck. Airports can be fun, but also can suck, and you're gonna be tired. You're not in your natural element. You're not in your natural state. You probably don't have as much sleep as you usually do. You're out of your routine. It's like so many things add up, and like I mean, it's fun. You're traveling, but it's like not all parts of travel are fun. So I was sitting there on the concrete hill in Florence, and I was just like, all right. I took the 5 minutes, just steadied myself, was breathing. Maybe I was even listening to a little music. I just kind of like, I was like, all right, this is my hour and a half. This is my suckiness. But I know tomorrow I'll be eating a really good meal, somewhere delicious, maybe drinking some Italian wine, and having a blast. So that kind of got me through. I ended up figuring out, I had my map out, and I just finally saw a street I recognized, and I was able to map it out and take the buses and get to where I needed to be. And I had an amazing rest of the trip. It was so much fun. But that is my least favorite part about travel, is the first hour and a half. The first hour and a half is, when the first hour and a half of being somewhere, because like the flight out, that's always usually pretty fun, unless you hate flying, which in that case, the first drive. But even like if you're driving somewhere, the first hour and a half in Chicago when you're driving is a nightmare. It's like you figuring out that these people can't drive at all. Like, this dude's coming up on the sidewalk. Like, I know that's not legal. I know I'm in a different state. I know I'm in a different city, but I know that's not legal. Like, it's one of those, it's like, that's not okay. But they're doing it. If anybody's from Chicago out there, or if you've been driving through Chicago, what are we doing? What are we doing? That's a different level. I've been all across the country, and like I would say Florida drivers are the worst. Like overall in general, Florida drivers are just the worst. Like if you ever see an accident on the highway and you're not in Florida, chances are you look at that license plate and it's a Florida driver. Check it out next time. I dare you. And then specifically Greensboro, North Carolina drivers, trash. I once saw. All right, so picture this. You're driving on a interstate, right? 2 lanes of traffic. I once was behind a van, and then there was one car in front. The car in front must have done something. Maybe he brake checked. I mean, we're going like 65, right? Maybe they did something this van didn't like. The van in Greensboro proceeded to speed up, go alongside the vehicle in front, and boom, 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 bump it 3 times. Boom, boom, boom. While I was behind it, while multiple people were behind it, in broad daylight, just sideswiping this 3 times intentionally, and then just boom, 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 sped off, went down. I was like, and we're all going 65, 70. Like, I was like, the audacity of this. And this was like the first time I was driving in this city, and I was like, whatever they did, I don't want to do. Like, that was an interaction I was not familiar with. I was not comfortable with. I was like, what is happening? Like, I think it was an Odyssey, maybe. It was wild to me. It was like, Greensboro drivers are not it. Like, all the Greensboro drivers must be from Florida, is my guess, is my best assumption. And then you have bad drivers. Like, I mean, everyone thinks they have the worst drivers, but in my experience, Florida, Greensboro, North Carolina, and city proper Chicago drivers, trash. Everyone likes to use that excuse of like, oh, we're not bad drivers. We just know where we're going and we get there, or we just there's so many excuses. No, they're bad. They're just bad drivers. You don't drive on the sidewalk if you're a good driver. Anyways, that's wild. That's the worst part of travel to me, is the first hour and a half, because it's going to be garbage no matter where you go. All right, let's do another one. These are fun. All right, let's do 5 more. All right. So the rundown. Let's see. Education changed my life. It did big time. Blacksmiths, racist. What are your plans for this weekend? We went through that. Nothing. Presentation in front of a large group. Went well. Best and worst thing about traveling. Nailed it. All right. Let's do this. Ooh. Submarines? What does your own personal hell look like? How about your personal heaven? clowns, bridges. What is a fashion trend you are really glad went away? Ooh, okay. Now we're talking. All right. So let's really dive deep into the premise of submarines, okay? First of all, whose idea was it to think, "Hey, you know what? I'm not quite okay with just floating on top of the water. I really want to get into the water. I really want to like get acquainted with like underneath the water, Cuz like that's how I would think as a human being who needs air to breathe. Like going where there's no air for an extended period of time. Like that sounds brilliant to me. And I know airplanes exist, but still, I mean, I'm in the air. Conceivably, if I jump out, I can still breathe, at least for a little bit, right? So, submarines, as a concept, they don't terrify me, but they don't make sense to me. And I get, like, wartime, you gotta have submarines because they go under things and they can attack from below, and that's cool. But, like, outside of that, submarines shouldn't exist. Like, there's a reason we don't have, like, commercial submarines. Do we? I don't think. Because I am not a fish. Ergo, I don't want to be in the depths of the water. Like, I'm okay with, like, splashing over. Actually, that's a lie. I only go, like, knee deep into the ocean because sharks and jellyfish and submarines. So, yeah. I don't want to be in the middle of something that far and that deep. Like, it just, I still haven't been on a cruise because I'm still kind of like wary of being that far into the ocean. Like, I love being on a boat. I love sailing. Like, every time I'm on like a river boat or like a steamboat or like any kind of like small water vessel, I love it. I remember I was out in Rhode Island and I was taking I think a water sightseeing cruise or something around somewhere, and it was a lot of fun. It was like you feel the sea wind, the mist flowing through I had hair at the time, so it was like flowing through my hair, and everything smells really nice and like the ocean, and it's just a really cool experience and something freeing about being on the water. You just see a different perspective. It's like really fun. And I've been on a few boats since then, and it's just always been so much fun. Every time I'm on one, I'm like, man, I really should do this more often. But I'm in Iowa, and all we have is like small lakes and I guess you could call it a river. But never once while I was on those boats did I think, hey, you know what would make this better? If I put walls all around me and I go under the water. Never have I thought, hey, I want some water on top of me. Like, I would love for just millions of gallons of water to just be above me. No, that's not. Like, if I'm ever in a situation where a fish can swim freely above me, I'm not where I want to be. Like, I'm not in my ideal situation. I'm far from my ideal. Matter of fact, that might answer one of these questions, like, what's your personal hell? If a fish can swim above me, it ain't it. Like, I do love lakes, and I love swimming in lakes, but once again, I'm not like diving to the depths of the lakes and just like staying there for a prolonged period of time. And like oceans, I love the beach. I love watching the water. I love something healing about being around a big body of water like that. So therapeutic. But like I said, I only go knee deep, and I did try surfing one time, and that was further out, but I was with a group, so it made more sense. It was like I was talking with a friend, and she was um, like she won't go out in the water because of like krakens, sea krakens, the mythical creature, the monster. I know it. But my logic is like if you were to be attacked by a kraken, but you're with a group, the chances of you getting got are way lower, right? So like if you get caught by a shark, but you're with 30 people, chances are 1 out of 30, right? Math still works in the water. But if it's just me out there, that's it. So that's why I don't go out in the depths by myself. But I go knee deep, and it's so much fun. But I would never, ever, ever, ever go in a submarine in the ocean. And I know that's primarily where they live. So I don't think I'm going to be on one anytime soon. I just do not like the idea of being enclosed underwater. Like, I'm not a claustrophobic person. Like, it would take a lot, and that's exactly the situation that would take. A steel enclosure that I can't escape. Like, just the dynamics of that are terrible. Okay, so picture this, all right? I need you to come with me, okay? But you got to come with me. We're going to go into a vessel, right? The vessel's going to be pretty small. You're going to be cramped. I'm going to surround it all with steel, okay? You can't get out. It's got to be pressurized, right? So you can't freely leave, We still don't understand how this thing steers. Do you know how a submarine steers? Does it have one of those? Does it have a captain? I don't know. Does it have a first mate? Who knows? It's a submarine. There's no rules. But I would want to be like the guy with the periscope. Like the one that gets to look through the thing and just see more water. Like, what am I going to see with that? Like, the chances of me seeing another boat? Not that high. I just like, oh, wow. More sky. I would like to, if you could lock it at water level. If you could, I don't know, it's pretty dark down there, but, maybe you could lock it at a level and you could just see fish. That'd be kind of cool. That'd be, the only cool thing is to, watch fish swim into around the periscope. But, what if you see scary fish? So the only thing between you and that scary fish is the steel trap that you're encased in. Those are the worst of those things. So follow me down. We're going to be in this vessel, tight quarters. You can't go if you want to go. Oh, and by the way, we're going to slip into the depths of the ocean where it's extremely pressurized and you could die. And how do you power submarines? How do you power ships? How do you power anything? I don't understand electricity. That's beside the point. Submarines. Myth? I don't know. I feel like that's a question for the Navy. Or the Germans. They just, as a concept, scare me. And I would never go on one. Submarines. Alright, let's see topic number 7. What does your own personal hell look like? Just refer to topic 1. Submarines. How about your own personal heaven? Alright, my personal hell, realistically, Sorry. My personal hell is I would say that's a tough one. Let's see. My personal hell is probably like a room full of acquaintances. Like a room full of people like I've met one or two times. And like I kind of remember where I met them from, but like I really don't. And it's like everyone I'm like, hey, you, because I don't remember their name. But like I remember they're somehow like connected to me somehow, like a friend of a friend or like something like that. Like I met them at a party one time, or like they were a classmate from like 2009 in one like, you know, world studies course. Like that would be hell to me. And also like Canada in the wintertime would be hell. Like Canada is probably the furthest north I would go. Like I have no interest in going to any of the poles, either pole. Doesn't matter. You know. But like Canada is about as far north as I would take it. And Canada in the wintertime, absolute hell. Like, you know me, I hate the wintertime. I hate the cold. I hate snow. I hate ice. I hate all of it. You know, I need to go anywhere away from that. So that would be hell for me as well. Also, hell for me would be like a room full of crocodiles and ticks. Those two are the only two things in the entire animal kingdom that I just I can't do. Like, I would like sharks. Like, I don't mind sharks. Alligators, crocodiles, I don't understand them. I don't understand how their legs are so short but they move so fast. I don't understand anything that can breathe in both air and water. Like, that doesn't make sense to me. Refer to submarine. Doesn't make sense. And I don't like that crocodiles have their eyes on the top of their heads. Like, that bugs me. Like, what are you looking at? The eyes on a crocodile are like periscopes on a submarine. It's all connecting. Crocodiles are animal version of a submarine. Submarines I can't stand. Crocodiles I can't stand. It makes sense. We just solved this. We just solved it. We saved Christmas. That makes so much sense to me now. I'm saying it out loud. Plus, they do that thing where they clinch onto you with their teeth and they roll and they drown you. That is the worst way to go. Drowning by crocodile while you're getting stabbed by their sharp teeth. That is hell. That would be hell to me. What would my heaven be? Heaven for me, okay. Heaven for me would be, and we kind of talked about it yesterday, but like a plot of land, a big, like, maybe let's go, if I'm going like straight up heaven, like, you know, top tier, I'm thinking 100 acres of land somewhere in the south, somewhere maybe Texas, maybe in the Carolinas, maybe, you know, I could do outside of Savannah or something like that, you know, with some good land, some farmable land. I'd have at least an acre of that be like a huge, like a massive garden, like enough to feed like some of the local like municipalities. And I would spend all day in the garden, and I'd have like 10 dogs, and they would all help me, and they'd have their little chores. They would carry buckets of fruit and help me like dig up the land and things like that. and and so yeah, I would spend my days in the garden, and I would spend my evenings maybe with someone like a significant other. Maybe I'd have some kids. Um, I'd spend my evenings. My evenings, to me, if you know me, like my evenings to me are like I need them to be. I don't need them to be chill, but like ideally, that's like relaxation time. At least the majority of the week. So like I really try. Like I'm. Most people, I don't find it boring. Like for me, but like if you're like I could see how people would think I'm boring because like I don't do much when I get home. Like I save all my excitement for like when I travel or when I do like weekend trips or things like that. But like my day to day, like after work, nothing is better to me than just coming home, taking a shower or a bath, and just like putting on music, making some dinner like with my own hands, like cooking, and like watching some like a K drama or reading or just listening to more music or kind of decompressing, with the windows open. So that's what I see in my heaven is like I want to be somewhere where I can have the windows open, have my music playing loud enough, like through the house where it's kind of warm and inviting, and you know, dinner's on the stove, my dogs are around me. Um, just really cozy, really southern. You know, I like to after dinner drink some tea, some sweet tea, some southern sweet tea on the porch. You know, listen to the crickets. I miss that sweet tea, that southern sweet tea. You know, being in North Carolina spoiled me because like that sweet tea just is different. It's so sweet and so delicious. It's like it's like a drug almost. It's just so refreshing and so I can almost taste it. And when you come up here, you just get tea, like a glass of tea and like packets of sugar. Like that's not sweet tea. That's tea with sugar. Like I adore that sweet tea, that southern sweet tea, and I miss it. So that would be included in my heaven. Um, but then another heaven. I go three. I got two more heavens. Another heaven, a beach house in like maybe Charleston or Savannah or like I don't know, maybe the West Coast, maybe somewhere in like San Diego, somewhere where it's warm, somewhere where I can spend most of my days like just on the beach. Like I'll never forget when I was working in Hawaii. They the company I was fortunate they would like rented a beach house up on the North Shore of Oahu, which is like the opposite of Honolulu. Like it's the opposite of a big city. It's just like it's like a small town. It's a really really cool beach vibe. It's really chill, really low key. There's food trucks everywhere. It's so walkable. But the beach house we stayed at was like 3-minute walk from pristine beach. Like there's a place called Sunset Beach. I was like 3 minutes away walking from putting my toes in the sand, watching the waves. Like I will never forget. I got off of work. You know, it was like a long day. It was like 10 or 11 hours of work, and I like got home, didn't even unlock the door to the place. I shut the truck and just walked 3 minutes. Got to the beach, sat on the beach for the rest of the night. I'm talking from like maybe 6 p.m. to like 10 p.m. Just the whole. I watched the stars come out. Like something about that. That was a core memory for me. Whereas like wherever I live long term, I would love to be within 15 minutes drive of a beach. You know, ideally less. But like being that close was like so nourishing to me. It was just like just knowing that at any moment I could go to the beach, even if I didn't. You know that thing where it's like you're around it enough, you don't go. Like if I would live by the beach and every day I could go, and I probably wouldn't go as much. But like just knowing that I could is so nice. Like it's another reason why I can't stand Iowa. It's like anywhere like you got to take a flight to get to a beach. Like you gotta spend an afternoon, at least a day, like to get to a beach. You know, like something that was just so beautiful. When I was in North Carolina, I was maybe 4 hours away from the ocean, so I could, there were so many times I took Nashville. We do a weekend trip. We leave Friday night or Saturday morning, and like we could be at the beach in less than an afternoon. We'd put on a few albums and a podcast, and we'd get there, and it'd be amazing. It's like it's nothing. You don't think of it like, and I don't know. I need that. I definitely need that, and that's just like I can't with Iowa. That's why I know I'm not long for this state, because it's like this just isn't home for me. So yeah, beach would be like being close to the beach would be heaven for me, and then the last heaven would be like living in like a chateau in like France. Like that would be so cool to me, where I could I don't even drink anymore, but like maybe I'd try some French wine, and I'd have a nice kitchen. Like I'm picturing like a stone facade on the outside of the chateau, and I'd have like a nice garden, some greenery, and maybe a courtyard, and the inside would be like really rustic, and nice kitchen. I'd hang my art everywhere, and it'd be a lot of just. That would be another dream for me, to live in France. Like it's another thing I would love to do, and I almost thought I was gonna do. Actually planned a whole French trip, because I went to Paris and I fell in love with Paris, and I fell in love with the French culture and the food and the language and just the scenery and kind of the attitude. Like I loved France, and I still want to do like a tour of France. I want to hit up like the Bordeaux area, and I want to hit up Provence and Nice and Marseille and Paris again. I would 100%, like I would have to. I think about going back there all the time. But I would love to just do a tour of that and just eat my way through and just kind of explore. And I would probably do it in like the summertime, because it'd be like the perfect climate, and see if I still loved it. Because it's been like what, I don't know, 6 or 7 years since I went, and I'm telling you, like, it was one of those things where like I went all over. Like I went to like the UK, and I went to France, and I went to Italy, and like I was really in my heart I was like, oh, I'm gonna love. I thought I would love Italy, but I really loved France. Like it was just something about it that just like spoke to me. I was like, oh, yeah, this place. So yeah, that would be heaven. Is like a French chateau, like real rustic. I could cook every day, fresh veggies from the garden. Maybe I'd do some teaching, like English teaching in France. I don't know, but that would be a lot of fun. That'd be heaven. All right, next topic. Clowns. All right, so if you have a fear of clowns, feel free to mute this if you don't enjoy talking about clowns. But clowns to me are not that big of a deal. Like I personally am not afraid of clowns. I never got that like memo, like when I was a kid. Like, oh, you got to be afraid of them. Nah, I just don't mess with them. Like the amount of times I've been in a situation where a clown is present is exactly 0 times. And I don't think that's weird. I think that's a normal amount of times to see clowns is 0. like in your regular life. So it's one of those things where, like, since I've never been in a like situation where I have to like fear a clown, I'm not afraid of clowns, which is kind of how it goes, right? But like I never, it's I think clown, like the idea of clowns are creepy, like someone you can't see, like someone you can see them, but like you can't take, like they distort their image, and like they're wearing colorful clothing, and they're like acting all boisterous, and their shoes are so big. Like, you're telling me you're 5'6", but you're wearing a size 27 shoe? That right there is like, I mean, it just means all clowns are liars, pretty much. But that's a hot take. But clowns, they just don't do it for me. They don't freak me out. Like, I watched It, and it's like, bruh, why are you going in the gutter? It's dirty down there. Like, a clown wouldn't be able to lure me into a sewer system, right? The only thing that would be able to lure me into a sewer system is probably raccoons. Like, if I saw like a family of raccoons holding a balloon, like, then that's a different story. Like, I'm all in. I am, like, before they even can like decide I'm not what they want, I'm already down there. Like, my legs are dangling out the gutter. Like, I'm in it. If I see a family of raccoons, like a cute, just adorable raccoon family, sign me up. But like, I'm not moving for a clown. Nah. And like, I remember like a few years back, there was like this whole phenomenon of like random clown sightings. Like, it was a weird time period. I don't know what happened. I don't know what the situation was, like the cultural significance of it. But like, I remember clowns were popping up in like places the clowns shouldn't be. Like, in reality, clowns should really only be in 3 places. 1, children's birthday party, if the parents don't love their kids. 2, scary movie. 3, a traveling circus. Those are the only three realistic situations clowns should be in. So if you're a clown and you exist outside of those spaces, you're not it. So I remember they were doing like something where like clowns were showing up in like parking garages, like empty parking garages, and like scaring people, and like they'd be like following people home from like work or school, like on college campuses, something like that. And that would be scary, but about, like, to me, as scary as like a middle-aged white man following me home from work or an empty parking garage. Like, it's the same thing. Like, let's call it what it is. All clowns are middle-aged white men, which in turn are scary. So it's like, I get it. I just talked myself into being afraid of clowns, if we boil it down to what it is, like science. But yeah, they'd be like scaring people dressed up full up in clown gear, makeup, all that stuff. Maybe like a lot of times holding that mallet, and they would just be like walking menacingly toward people. And like me, I know myself, and I don't like, it's gonna be me or the clown, straight up. And like that clown's gonna be encumbered with so many items. Like, it's got that frilly coat, it's got shoes. If I lose to a person wearing shoes that big, I'm the clown. Just pay me up in full makeup, because baby, I'm the clown in that situation. If I lose in a fist fight or an altercation with someone wearing size 27 shoes, and we're talking US size, nah. If I lose that, just go ahead and bury me in a clown car. It's about the same size as a coffin. Just lower that thing right down in with some squeaky music and some honks, because I'm the clown in that case. That's embarrassing for me and my family. So I would definitely go at the clown, and it would just be, one of us would be done. I guarantee it. It's just, Nope. Like, I don't have that paralyzing. I know people who have like a paralyzing fear of clowns. Like, they don't like them being mentioned. They don't like the idea, the concept. Like, they'll have nightmares of clowns, and I'm like, that would suck. Because now I think about it, like, if I had nightmares about middle-aged men, like, same thing. Like, that'd be terrifying. So yeah, clowns. I don't not like them, but not a very strong opinion on them. I guess I do have a strong opinion. I would fight a clown. Let's say that. I would go fisticuffs with the clown, because I think it'd be kind of fun to see what they have in their back pocket, like literally. Like, do they have one of those cloths that like never ends? So it's just like by the end of it, I'm just laughing, and he's disarmed me, and then he like hits me with a quick like knife jab, and like I'm bleeding out. That'd be kind of wild. Or like he's just throwing items like honky squeaky items at me, and I'm just like, and then like he just slits my throat, and it's like, ooh. I let my guard down, and who knows, man. But yeah, I'd be curious if anybody out there is afraid of clowns. Chime in, let me know. I never got that memo for clown fear, so. Alright. Number 4. Well, which is technically number 9. Bridges. Bridges. Now, are we talking Nash bridges? Are we talking bridges in Madison County? What kind of bridges are we talking about? I used to hate bridges. Like, I used to be more afraid of bridges than I was ever afraid of clowns and submarines. Like, bridges, I hate it. Like, I was a kid that, like, if we ever went over a bridge, we have this bridge in Des Moines. It's like, it goes over the Saylorville Lake, and it's like it's a decently long bridge for us, like, because we're in Iowa, so we don't have bodies of water like that. So it's like, the bridge was, maybe in total 20 seconds from end to end driving. Maybe 30 or 40. I don't know. I was a kid. Time doesn't exist. Time runs weird. But I was the kid that, like, I had to roll down my window when I went over a bridge, just because I got too scared, too like anxious to, like, what if we drive off this and our windows are up? Like, how? I couldn't. Then again, I didn't want to be a submarine. I didn't want to be a car version of a submarine. Like, I didn't want to be inside water while I was still inside something else. Like, that's the worst version of both those things. And so I would always roll down the window, and I'd be like, guys, roll down your window. But I wouldn't let them know I was scared. I'd be like, I just want to smell the water, the water sounds, or the water smells. I want to be alive. But it was like, no, I was scared of any long bridge. Even to, like, I'm good with short bridges, and if I don't think too much, but, like, if it's a long bridge where, like, I took Nash out to Maryland, like coastal Maryland, a few years back, and they've got this really, really long bridge that, like, it goes on for, like, I don't know how long, but it was like 2 songs, at least 2 songs. One of them was Mariah Carey, Dream Lover. And which is like 3 minutes long, at least. So it's that plus another one. So it's like a 6-minute bridge. And I definitely had to roll down the windows for that. Absolutely. Because it was like, I just couldn't. Like, I couldn't even stand the thought of having my windows up going through that bridge. It was just like too much. I needed to have them down because I need to know at any given moment, if I slide off this bridge, I can unbuckle my seat and try to finesse my way out, or like get my dog out, or whatever the situation is. I need to have like a free pass. And I don't know how water works, honestly. Like, being from the Midwest, they don't teach you that. So, like, I don't know if the water rushes in really fast and you can't get out, or if you have to wait till all the water's in and then you swim out, I don't know. All I know is like I don't want to have to. I need the window down. That's it. But bridges, you know what? Bridges, much like public speaking, bridges have come to, like I learned them. I learned bridges, and now we're kind of cool. We're all right. All right, 10th topic. We're gonna do one more topic, and then I'm gonna take a potty break, and then we'll get into some more topics. All right. What is a fashion trend you are really glad went away? Okay. Okay. So a fashion trend I'm really glad that went away was, you know, that period of time where we were all emo. Like we were all emo for like, I swear, 3 years. It doesn't matter where you were at in time. Like for me, it was like high school, like freshman through junior year was like emo. You know, listening to My Chemical Romance, Paramore, Skylit Drive, Escape the Fate, all of them. So it doesn't matter where you're at, like age-wise. Like if you're my age, that was you. Before that, you know, maybe you were in middle school, maybe even elementary school, maybe you were in college. I don't know, but we were all emo at one point. I mean, to be fair, we're all still emo. It stays inside you, but outwardly, we're outwardly emo, and that was not a good look. I think everyone should be inwardly emo, but not outwardly emo. Like that look where, like, skinny jeans, you know, skinny band t-shirt, probably a beanie or like some scene hair where it's like covering half your face, and maybe it's green with black tips or red with black tips, and you probably have like a black choker, or I don't know. It was just not a good look for anyone, I'll be honest. Like sometimes I'll go through like I'll remember like MySpace days, like everyone having that, and like we all, for some reason, we all had like Never Shout Never playing on our MySpace. Like that was like quintessential emo. Never Shout Never, wearing like a My Kim like band t-shirt, and just going through it, just being 16 and being like, man, the world just doesn't understand me. I'm so misjudged. Nobody got me like Hayley Williams got me. It's like, wow. Meanwhile, I like come home and watch The Proud Family and eat ice cream, watch the Cheetah Girls, and I don't know. It's like that, and I'm glad that fashion trend went away, because like, man, skinny jeans, like super skinny jeans with a skinny band t-shirt is not it. Like you gotta have one or the other. Like you cannot. It's just too much. And then just the scene hair. It's like, wow. I look back and I'm like, man, what a time to be alive. Like, are people still dressing like that in some like areas? Because like, I feel like people over in England are still doing some version of that, because like they're always like 10 years behind. So I feel like they're doing that. Let's check in with them. But I'm really glad that like scene hair and like scene style has like dissipated, because as fun as it was at the time, it was like, looking back, like, it's a bad look. Nothing fits right. Nothing is quite, you know, it just isn't it. Not to say I'm still wearing essentially the same outfit, so who am I to talk? But I mean, and let's be very clear, I still listen to all those bands to this day. Nothing's changed. Like I said, I'm inwardly emo, but like outwardly, I guess I still appear. I mean, I still appear pretty emo. So I guess I haven't changed, but none of that scene hair. I guess that's the only thing. And I can breathe when I sit down because my pants are so tight. Cut my life into pieces. I'm just kidding. That was a little more rock. What was like emo? I'm trying to think. One last chance to reverse this curse. There it is. All right. You know what? I don't have to pee. Let's do a few more. All right. So we did personal hell and personal heaven. We did submarines. We did clowns. We did bridges. Fashion trend. All right. Games. Ooh, okay, here we go. Which is more important, having a great car or a great house? Why? What kind of foods do you usually eat on your favorite holiday? Red Cross, smoking. Were you a class clown or a teacher's pet? I like these. Okay, which is more important, having a great car or a great house, and why? All right. So, for me personally, neither matter. Having a great house or having a great car does not matter to me at all. Like I story time. So, I was dating a woman, and she had a house, and I mean it was a nice house. It was cool. But through that relationship, I realized that she cared a lot more about it than I did. Like, I don't care. Like, I obviously I want the space I live in, to be clean, and I want it to be kept up and like decorated the way that feels comfortable for me. I want it to be. I'm very much like my space inside. I need to be cozy. I need to be some place that like feels like home, and I want other people to feel welcome there. Like, I like to fill my space with books and art and music and my dog and, you know, blankets and teas and food and stuff like that. So like that, I guess I just answered it. But like when I was with her, I realized like, oh, I don't care about the house itself. Like, I don't care about, you know, improving I don't know. I'm very much like, I make the best of what the situation is. Like, I make the, you know, the floor plan work. I make it cozy. I like very much like I put all my time and effort into like making it the coziest as possible, versus like I don't ever like imagine like additions, like adding to houses or like putting a porch here or doing that. It's like it just doesn't tickle my fancy. My brain doesn't work like that. Like, when I think of like even just doing yard work, I don't mind doing yard work. I like being outside, but like the fact that you have to do yard work, just I don't like that. Like, I don't like that there's a competition for like mowing your yard. Like, you mow your yard and then someone like sees you mow your yard and they'll get their mower out. Like, I hate that. I hate neighbors. And I'm not good at like the upkeep of things, like in terms of a house, because it's like, for me, I do not care what the outside of a house looks like at all. At all. It could look run down. It could look worn out. It could look. That's why I love the South so much, because it's like very much on the same wavelength, where it's like a lot of the outsides of homes are like old and like kind of battered and, you know, weather worn, and, you know, they don't look pristine and amazing. I mean, a lot do, but a lot don't. And it's like, but when you go inside, it's a different story. It's like inside it's warm, and like there's warm lighting, and it's cozy, and there's blankets, and it's like wood floors, and it's just, that's where I put my energy in. I put my energy into like the inside of homes, where it's like you come in and you feel at home, and you feel disarmed, and you feel cozy and welcome, you know. And so yeah, but like when I was with her, she was much more like it I don't know. I realized that there are different people have different priorities when it comes to homes and houses, and dwellings. And so yeah, and having a great car. I was just thinking about this today. My car is literally just to get me from point A to point B. Like I've never been like a car guy. Like I like to know about cars so I can fix it if it goes like wrong on me. Like I like to know enough about parts where I can do things, like I can change the oil or change the tires or figure out if the radiator is overheating or things like that, the coolant. But that's about it. It's like I don't need to know it inside out, and I don't need to know what it sounds like. Like I don't need to know, like, I've never like had a dream car or wanted to like build a car by myself or like remodel anything. I've never had any inclination for that. It's just, for me, my car is like get me from A to B safely and with my dog and with a good sound system. That's it. I just need to be able to blast my pop punk and pick up some Arby's. Like that's it. So if I had to choose between a great car and a great house, I would choose a great house. But I don't even need a great house. I just need a cozy house. Yeah. Like I'm so bare bones. Ideally I would have a bedroom and like a living room and a bathroom. Anything more, I would love. I could make the space into like a music room or a stream room or an art room. And then eventually, like if I have kids, like a playroom for them, bedrooms, things like that. But like right now, I could make it work with a 1-room bedroom, like a one room with everything. One room with it's got the bathroom and the shower in it somehow. It's got the living room, it's got the kitchen, it's got the bedroom all in one, like a flat, like a studio. I can make it work. It wouldn't be ideal, but I could make that thing so cozy that it wouldn't matter. Like it just doesn't. I've never had a dream car. I've had like houses I would dream about. Like, oh, that would be cool to have. That'd be cool, but like those things aren't that important to me. Like having a great house is not going to make me happy. Having a great car will definitely not make me happy. But like having a safe place to come home to, that'll make me happy. Having a place where my dog can feel comfortable and I can feel comfortable bringing people like over and hanging out and then telling them to leave while I slip into PJs and eat some fudge stripe cookies. Like that's ideal for me. But yeah, I would definitely say I would choose house over car, but neither one is that important to me. Like honestly, I would live out of my car if I had the space. Like I would do the whole RV life, 100%. If it wasn't that my family was here, like I had no problem just packing up Nashville. And speaking of, I would just pack up my puppy and hit the road and live out of an RV and eat food and travel and cook on a cast iron over a fire every night. I could do it. It'd be fun. Alright, let's do next one. Alright. What kind of foods do you usually eat on your favorite holiday? Ooh, this is a good one. Anything food related, I am about it. Alright. So, foods. Holiday foods. My favorite. Okay, I guess before we answer this, I gotta say my favorite holidays. So my favorite holidays are, in order, Christmas, Halloween, and that's it. Those are the only good holidays. That's it. Christmas and Halloween. Any other holiday, not great. 4th of July, not great. Thanksgiving, not great. Easter, too many eggs. Don't even like them that much. New Year's, not great. If you can see this, he put his paw in my hand. It's like there's like, I don't know. What's your favorite holiday? Mine is definitely Christmas, which is weird because I hate the cold. But like December, I can do wintertime. I love the Christmas movies, the holiday movies. I'm the type where like I'll listen to holiday music in July. Like it doesn't matter what time of year, I'll listen to it. Like I'm not listening to it constantly, but like every once in a while there'll be a day where like, hey, I'm really in the mood to hear Christmas music, so I'll put it on, and it's the best thing. Driving around the middle of the summertime with Christmas music. Last Christmas by Wham. Come on, out of this world. Like an off-script Christmas music time, like, oh, nothing better than that. But you want to say something? You like Christmas too, huh? Okay. He wants to snuggle. But so Christmas is my favorite. I love everything about it. The food at Christmas time is bomb, because if I'm solo, I usually try to make the food that my mom makes for Christmas. And if I'm at home with my fam, my mom makes some bomb food. Like the staples are a baked ham, like a baked ham with like pineapple. It's just delicious. Can't have baked ham without baked beans, which are delicious. We get deviled eggs, we get greens, we get what else do we get? Sweet potatoes, rolls. Excuse me, sorry, I'm getting hungry. My mom will make like a French silk pie. What else? I know I'm missing a few, but yeah, I love Christmas dinner because it's like, I don't know. Thanksgiving, I think to me personally, is overrated. And James Nivens, if you watch this, I stand on that. I know Thanksgiving is your favorite. I respect it, but respectfully, you're wrong, because Thanksgiving is trash. It's like what Christmas, like it wants to be Christmas, but it's not, It's those 2 days, it's like, nah, it ain't it. It's just, we just eat way too much, and there's too much pressure on everybody to like have a good meal. Where it's like Christmas, nobody, like the focus on the family time and the gift giving, right? So nobody really, like the meal itself is like low key, at least for my family. So it's like the attention is not necessarily on the food. So the mealtime, fabulous. It's like, I don't know. It's very, very casual, at least for me, where we just eat buffet style. We just eat our food, and maybe we hang around the table and talk for a little bit, and then we just go watch football or watch Christmas movies. It's like, that's the thing. Like with Christmas time, you get the Christmas movies. Like Thanksgiving, you don't get the Christmas movies. I mean, you can, but like it doesn't feel the same. I think there's still football, but like I'm not much of a Black Friday person, so it's like, I'm sorry, African American Friday. Like I don't want to like go shopping like that. So it's just, the appeal of Thanksgiving is just like not it for me. Like, oh, let me just eat way too many foods, and then get sleepy by like 3 p.m. and then maybe or maybe not have work the next day. For what? And I always, like, I sleep too late to watch the parade, and I don't really care about the dog show. So it's like, what really is there? But Christmas, when you got Christmas Eve and Christmas, like you can watch holiday movies the entire time, and you can play Christmas music the whole time. It's like, yo, what is better than that? Plus, in my opinion, ham is much better than turkey. Turkey is just, yeah, I think that's what it boils down to. It's like we sit around that whole meal around turkey. Turkey is mid as heck. Like, turkey, and everyone says you haven't had it the right way. There is no right way. Turkey is not good. There's a reason we only have it once a year. because nobody wants it every other day. It's just not good. But Halloween, for me, okay, it's different because I make Halloween like an event. Like, there's a core memory for me when I was like growing up. I guess I was saying growing up, but I was in college, where Halloween fell on this really, really cool, like, it was perfect. It was like a spooky day. It was like cloudy, and when you're in the city, like the sky is like kind of brownish, and it was like that kind of night, and it was chilly, and I was in Iowa still, and like I remember having like a really good, I think it was a lasagna, but like I watched a classic movie. I think Rita Hayworth was in it, or Frank Sinatra. But it's like such a cool vibe. So like now, Halloween doesn't really have a meal. I usually make a homemade meal from scratch so that the house smells good on Halloween, and then I watch a classic movie, and that's my Halloween. Like, because I usually beforehand I'll watch all the scary movies, like going up to like, I start in usually like August or September when the weather starts getting a little chilly, and I'll like, one of those days I like get a spark and be like, yo, it's time to watch some scary movies. So then I'll go through and I'll watch like the Screams and the Friday Night Lights, or sorry, oh, not too, Fridays, no, that's different, but those two, Friday the 13th, that's what I'm going for. So I'll watch Friday Night Lights, Friday, and Friday the 13th all in one go when I want to feel spooky. And I watch like the Hellraisers, and I watch like the, Freddy Krueger, Nightmare on Elm Street, and what's the other one? What's the one? Jason Voorhees. What is that one? With the camp counselors. I can't remember. It'll come to me. But no, that is Friday the 13th. I'm thinking of Halloween. Like, I love the Halloween. Honestly, Halloween is my favorite. With Jamie Lee Curtis, my favorite scary movie. Like, that was a good one. But then I also watch like Carrie, and I watch whichever ones like pop up. Texas Chainsaw, all those. Like, actually, I really, really enjoy. I don't know if you guys have seen. Oh, dang it! I can't remember what they're like. Fright. Let me find it out, because it's actually something I really enjoy. Let's see. Fright movies. Fright Night. Is it? Fun fact: Tom Holland directed Fright Night Part 2. 1994. It's on Netflix. What's that movie? It's a scary movie. On Netflix. It's a scary series. Oh, it's a trilogy. There's 3 movies. Netflix horror trilogy. Fear Street. Okay, it's Fear Street. There's a Fear Street 1666, Fear Street 1994, and Fear Street 1978, it looks like. But if you haven't seen Fear Street, that is so good. That's like probably my favorite of the recent ones. It's so well done. Like, it's not gonna win any awards for like writing or anything like that, but it's just spooky, and it's cool, and I really, really enjoy like the way, spoiler alert, they kill off characters. It's like they do a good job of balancing up like relationships within the show and then killing off characters. Like they do such a good job. Like some of them you're like it really hurts when they die, or like you didn't see it coming. Like you're like, I did not think they were gonna die there. And the soundtracks are good, and it's just like the acting is really good. So if you haven't seen Fear Street on Netflix, I recommend it. It's my favorite. It's my favorite of the recent ones, and I watch that. Honestly, I watch that a few times a year, but it's definitely that's the one I'll start watching if I want to like set the spooky mood. Like it's just when it starts getting a little chilly out and darker, turn out all the lights in your house, put on Fear Street, the first one, and just let it play, and it'll put you in a spooky mood. It's so good. But yeah. But then Halloween for meals, I just make something that makes the house smell good. Like usually like a lasagna or like a baked chicken or something like that, where it makes it just very fragrant. Like, cause that was like the core memory of my favorite Halloween was like the house smelled really, really good from a meal, and then I watch a classic movie. Cause something about Halloween and like a black and white movie is just really, really nice. And then all other holidays are trash. All of them. All right. Let's see. I'm gonna skip these because. Oh, let's talk about smoking. What are my thoughts on smoking? Because I don't really the Red Cross. As long as they're doing humanitarian work that like helps genuinely and not for like an ulterior motive, then I support it. But like I'm not about like businesses or corporations or organizations that like they're doing it under the guise of, you know, something else, something like not even underhanded, but just like I don't want strings attached to humanitarianism. It's like I don't know, because that opens up a whole nother can of worms. It's like, well, just because you're doing good under the guise of something else doesn't mean you're not doing good. But it just feels icky to me that like, I don't know. It's like why I can't, like, what bothers me so much about Christianity is like going and like saving people or like witnessing to people. Like, it's like you're being nice to them and you're being kind to them because you want them to convert to your religion. And I'm not saying all Christianity like that, not all Christians think like that. I get it. But I'm just saying, like, just as an example, it's like if you're only doing this and being nice to me so I can convert to what you believe in, like, that's not nice. Anyways, smoking. I don't smoke personally. Actually, it's funny. Like my dad smoked when I was growing up, and so I actually kind of enjoy the smell of smoke, like secondhand smoke. But like, I don't want that for me. Like, I don't want to smoke. Like, it just. I remember. Okay, so smoking. I remember there's a handful of times in college. Like right when I first started like being old enough to drink, I was with two buddies of mine, Alex and Vaibov, and like they were so cool. They were in my I met them through astronomy classes, and they were like real cool, real chill, like real cool people. I think Alex was a philosopher and Vaibov was like a musician, and he was like, him and I we were, I don't know. You ever meet people that like bring out just different sides of you? Like Vaibov brought out like a real cool side of me, where it's like we would talk about music and comedy and like existentialism, and just like we'd have long talks. Like I remember we'd stand on the balcony like of Alex's place, like just on Saturday nights, just chatting about whatever till like 3 or 4 in the morning, just talking about life. And we'd also like, it was fun because like, you know, we'd play like random like arcade games like on Alex's like gaming system, and we'd play poker, and I've never been like a poker guy, but like with these guys, I was like a different person. It was weird. It's like we had to set like a few Saturdays, like maybe 2 Saturdays, 1 or 2 Saturdays a month in college. So this is my junior year and my senior year. We would meet up, and one of us would like bring over some beer, and the other one would like bring over some snacks, and we just like kick it at Alex's place because he had a place like kind of near both of us, and he had his own spot, and like away from the dorms, and so I remember we would just all hang out, and we'd like play poker some nights, and that was so much fun, even though I'm not good. And some nights we'd have like, Street Fighter tournaments, even though none of us really played like that. And sometimes we just like watch a movie. I remember I watched Shutter Island with him for the first time, and that was a lot of fun, even though I don't understand that movie at all. And actually it was cool because both of their brothers eventually went to the school, the same University of Iowa. So like at one point my senior year, it was like me, Alex's little brother, and Vaibov, and then Vaibov's little brother. And it was like such a weird dynamic. And I was trying to get, like, if my little brother would have been here, it would have been perfect. But he went to a different school. But so anyways, we'd all kick it. And like I said, I was a different person. So like Vaibov smoked and Alex smoked cigarettes. Nobody I really hung out with like really smoked weed all that much. Well, some did, but like it wasn't really for me. But like cigarettes themselves, it was like only when I had a few beers, and only when I was with them would I smoke a cigarette or two. Like it was weird. It was like a weird thing. It was kind of cool to like smoke, and we'd spit off the balcony and drink a little bit, and it was just it was like almost like an aesthetic. Like it's weird to say because it was like an actual, I lived it, but it was like almost like a movie, whereas like it was exactly what you should do and what I needed to do at the time. Like, late night, Saturday night, I'd be listening, like I could hear like drunk people stumbling around the city, and I could see them walking home, and after like a long night at the bars, and I'm kicked back, I'm cooling with Vaibov and Alex on the balcony, just like smoking a cigarette and drinking a beer and talking about black holes and distant galaxies and stuff like that. Just life, just comedy, whatever it was just cool. So that was like, and it was like, I wasn't every time, it was like every once in a while I would join them for a smoke, and it was just cool. Otherwise I'd just sit there and chill out and talk with them. So yeah, but then flash forward like 2 or 3 years later, I'm out of college, I'm working full time. For some reason, it's right around that cool Halloween night that I'm talking about, where I watched that classic movie. Right around then, for some reason, I got it in my head. Like, there was this really, I remember, I drove by this place in West Des Moines, and I noticed there was like a cigar shop there, a tobacco shop. And I don't know if your guys' brain works like mine, but like for some reason, it just like consumed me, like this obsession of like, oh man, I could get really into cigars and like tobacco and smoking. Like, okay, like let's do that, Chris. Like, okay, I'm 21 or 20, no, I'm 22 or 23 at the time. Yeah, it's a good thing to do, right? But it was just like I saw it there, and I got enamored with like the items and like the process, and like cutting the cigar and like getting the tools. Like I very much like collecting the gear for something, like for a purpose. So I remember I went to that store. I went back and like I bought like a few cigars, like nice cigars, like almost out of my price range at the time, and like all the gadgets, the thing that snips off the end of the cigar so you can smoke it. I bought a nice lighter. I bought, all the stuff, all the accoutrement for cigar smoking, and thought it'd be really, really cool, right? I thought it'd be really cool to, take my dog to the park. And this was when Sawyer was still alive. I took him down to my favorite park, and in Des Moines, and sat on a park bench and snipped off the end of the cigar and smoked. And let me preface this by saying I didn't understand the concept of tobacco poisoning, right? Like, I had no idea that, like, if you consume too much tobacco, it's not good. Like, that idea was so foreign to me because all I'd ever done up to that point is smoke a few cigarettes a few times, right? Like, at max 2 cigarettes, like, in one sitting. So the idea of, like, my body having too much tobacco in it didn't make sense. I didn't even think of it. And all my time researching that never came up once. But let me tell you this. I smoked half the cigar. I started feeling real weird. And I was about to keep going, but then I was like, let me just keep driving. My brother had just introduced me to the singer Chet Faker. I don't know if you've ever heard his album Built on Glass, but it's the perfect autumn album. And I'll talk about it quite a bit more. Maybe we'll listen to it one of these days. But Nick put me onto that, my little brother. He put me onto that, and it's not like it's probably top 3 favorite albums of all time. But anyways, Sawyer and I drove around and listened to the rest of that album, and then I remember I parked the car. A girl I knew lived near that park, so I parked outside of her house, like I parked like on the block on the street or her place because I knew her and she's cool, and like if someone ever saw me, like I could just be like, oh, I'm hanging with her. But then like it just like the wave of just nausea and headache and just grossness, like that feeling just took me over, and I got so sick. I remember I drove home, unlocked the door, or no, I sat on the bench, like sat outside my doorway for like a little bit, just like, what is happening? Because I didn't know what was happening. I just knew I felt bad. I thought I was getting sick, and I took my dog inside, and I remember I made sure he had food and water, and then I just went up to my bedroom and I just crawled into bed with all the lights out, and I just laid there, and it was the most miserable I had probably felt up until then. Like, no joke, tobacco poisoning is just gross. Like, it feels miserable. It's like I had a headache, like a blinding headache where I couldn't even open my eyes, and I felt so nauseous that I felt like I was gonna throw up. But also I felt like I had like the cold sweats where I was like, I felt really cold, but I was sweating everywhere. My temperatures were off. Like, I just felt so miserable, and it lasted for a few hours. Like, I remember laying in bed and just trying to go to sleep, trying to sleep it off, and like I couldn't. I just was laying there, just pretty much like consciously unconscious, just like it felt worse than like I've had the flu. I've had sicknesses and colds, and like other than like maybe strep throat and like this last cold I had or flu I had, this one was like tobacco poisoning was like up there, where it's like because of that I haven't smoked ever since. Like I get it why people say, hey, make them smoke the whole pack. Like before that I thought, oh, they're just gonna smoke, and there's so the negative part of that is they're gonna run out of cigarettes and they're gonna have to buy more, and then like it's gonna cost them money. Like that was the downside. That's why people wouldn't do it. But I realized, oh, like all that tobacco going in your body, in your system, when you're not used to it. Like I can almost feel it now, and it just makes me want to throw up. Like it's that bad, where it's just a gross feeling. Like it overtakes you, and it's just there's a reason I haven't had any. I haven't smoked cigarettes since, or just tobacco or cigars or anything. I probably won't touch it for the rest of my life, because it's just like that affected me so hard. Alright guys, let's see. Next topic is, were you the class clown or teacher's pet? Ooh, this is a good one. Okay, so we're gonna take a quick break. I'm gonna go take the puppy out and feed him and take a little potty break. But I will be back in maybe 10 minutes. So stay tuned. Get some water. Take a potty break yourself. Look out for yourself. Maybe get some snackies. I'll be right back. back. We're back. All right. Can you hear me? Hopefully, the sound is still good. But yeah, got some snackies. Hope you got some snackies, cause we're in it. We're chilling. So tomorrow we're gonna do probably some Minecraft, cause that sounds a lot of fun. It's one of those where like I gotta be careful because when I play Minecraft, I can play for hours, which would be fun. Like, I mean, that's the whole point. Is I think like I love longer format stuff, and it also gives me something to like yap about that isn't like in my brain. So I feel like that might be fun for you guys, and it's just cozy. We'll play that. We'll have the Minecraft music going, and honestly, I could foresee like a lot of days, like even days that like we're supposed to be having other conversations, like a Topic Tuesday. We just play Minecraft, or like a different game, because it's so much fun, and I'm seeing the merit. Like I'm starting to see like, I don't know. We'll see once we start playing, but yeah, tomorrow will be the first actual gaming day. Hopefully, I got to get the equipment set up. We'll get the gaming set up so that yeah. I don't know if you guys have caught any of my. I did stream without the cam a few weeks ago, while I was doing some Minecraft stuff. While I was building a mansion, so we'll just probably jump right back into that, where I'll build. I keep building my mansion in creator mode, but so yeah, that's tomorrow. That'll be fun. Honestly, I'm guessing it'll be a longer stream because yeah, it's, like I said, it's just so easy to get like engrossed in that world and spend 6 hours, 8 hours doing. So yeah, we'll do that tomorrow, and then also this week, probably starting Thursday for a Korean drama night. We'll do I'll probably try to hook up my Spotify in the stream, not in the VODs, but in the stream, so that we can actually listen to music while we're talking, and I don't know, it enhance. We'll probably just play some Korean OST like soundtracks from some of my favorites, because that'll be fun. But you know what I was just thinking about today? I was thinking about The Office. Any fans of The Office out there? Because like, The Office is one of those, a lot like Brooklyn Nine-Nine, where like the first season is not that good, but then it just scratches a particular itch that no other show will ever scratch. It's so wild. It's like, you know how a lot of shows feel like another show, or like the same vein as another show. It's like if you watch one, you've watched them all. Like if you watch one, I don't know, if you watch one CSI, you pretty much know how NCIS works, or like you watch one Law and Order, you know how NCIS works, or FBI. All those shows kind of like, they have their merit, like they have their own like characters and storylines and stuff, obviously, but like, to me, if you watch FBI, you pretty much have watched Criminal Minds, or like if you watched NCIS, you pretty much watch FBI, like those kind of things. But like The Office, no other show is hitting like that. Like even like, it's like contemporary, like Parks and Rec, same kind of style, but a completely different feel. And I like Parks and Rec more than like The Office, but The Office is still, I get why it was so popular. And it's one of those, like, I honestly wish, like, I didn't watch it when it was popular. I watched it way later. Like, I just, it wasn't on my radar when it was big. Because I'm kind of like that. It's like, that's my thing, is whether I like it or not, whether I plan to or not, I don't like to watch something just because it's popular. Like like Game of Thrones, I watched 5 episodes of Game of Thrones. Like, and this is after it had ended, like its last season. Like, I was completely late to the party, and I'm glad I was, because I didn't get caught up in the hype. I watched it and I didn't like it, and I stopped. That's it. That's the end of that story. But The Office, I mean, all the storylines from Michael being Michael, to Jim and Pam, obviously, to Jim and Dwight, to Angela, to Dwight and Angela, to Oscar, to everybody on there. So Creed, like, and all this, like, other storylines like Jan, and then I can't remember what her name is in the show, but why am I forgetting her name in real life? She's also in Parks and Rec. She's Anne. Dang it, Anne. I can hear. Dang, my names are escaping me today. Anne Perkins. She's Anne Perkins in Parks and Rec. I can't remember her name in real life, and I can't remember her name in The Office, but I love that storyline too, where Jim's like has a rebound, or like a new girl he's interested in that's not Pam, and we see how that plays out. And just The Office is so good. And I know people who don't like The Office, and I get it. It's like it's not gonna be for everyone, but once it does, it scratches that itch that like no other show is gonna scratch. Like once you like knee deep in it, like you're just excited to see the office setting. You're excited to see the parking lot. You're excited to see occasionally when you get to see like Michael's home or like his condo. It's just it's such a well-made show, and the writing is so good, and it's just one of those like I get why it's popular, and I get it. It's one of those few things to me that's like its popularity matched its quality. Like I have no trouble, negotiating why it's so popular, because it is honestly that good. And if one person out there watches it because of this, worth it. Absolutely worth it. But yeah, so I was thinking about that today. I was thinking about how much I love The Office, and how much that would be a show that like I wish I could watch through for the first time again, because of how much it impacted me, and how fun it is, and how absurd it is, and how like with fresh eyes, like I love it. So I always like, I'll put up a poll one of these days, of like, so I've got 4 shows that are like right in that same vein. I've got The Office, I've got Parks and Rec, I've got New Girl, and I've got Brooklyn Nine-Nine. Like those 4 for me are like kind of like similar, not like style, except Parks and Rec and The Office, but like kind of that same humor, that 20-30 minute run, like story, like that's kind of those. So like those are my 4 that like I always ask, like, hey, rank these. So I'll do that in a poll, and then you'll hear my rankings, and we'll see. I'd be curious to know if what your rankings are. But yeah, so back to so tomorrow will be Minecraft. I'll get to break out the joysticks and play. And then Thursday will be K-drama, and hopefully I got the music hooked up so we can listen to some Korean songs, and maybe not even Korean songs, maybe just some like Spotify stuff. Like I got my snacky, I got my banana, my chalky milk. But I never do that, by the way. I never open a banana like that. You see my puppy? He loves bananas. Good boy. All right, back to topics. We'll do a few more. All right, so were you the class clown or the teacher's pet? All right. So this one, This one's interesting because I was I was both. There were some classes where I was a class clown, and there were some classes where I was a teacher's pet, and there's some classes where I was both at the same time, which may sound counterintuitive, but it was really like that, you know. So for the most part, I was a teacher's pet because for me, it's one of those things like I grew up in a big family, and I was pretty small, and like the Des Moines school system, if you go through, you know, elementary school, middle school, high school, and you've got an older brother, which I did, or an older sibling, there's a good chance that your name's already known, right? It's like because my brother was 2 years ahead of me, he had all the teachers before me. He had all the classes before me. So by the time I got there, they'd be like, "Oh, you're James's brother." And by then it was already locked in, right? So by virtue of that, I like almost I was bequeathed the role of teacher's pet. Go over there. Because they knew my brother, and I couldn't besmirch his name, right? Like it's one of those things where like if you know how maybe like you're introduced to a friend, so now you gotta be on your best behavior because you can't make that the friend who introduced you look bad. That's how it is. It's like I didn't want my brother's name to be dragged through the mud because his little brother is a chump or like a submarine of a human. Like I don't want that. I want people to have positive associations. So because of that, every single year, I mean, he's ahead of me, so it's constant. It's like I don't know a school experience without him being, you know, already had these teachers and already formed these relationships with all the teachers I'm about to have. So, and it wasn't every teacher, but it was like enough where they know of me, but through him, or like we'd go to his parent teacher conferences and I'd have to be there, or so I'd meet. It's just one of those things where it's a small community. They know me already, and so yeah, by virtue of that, I'm on my best behavior for all these teachers. And like I think I like to think I was a pretty good kid. Like I wanted to do well, and I wanted to be liked, but I also wanted to do what was right, and I wanted to do what was kind, and all of that kind of equated into being like a teacher's pet. Like I wasn't the one that like I would never like make other kids like feel one upped or like feel like, you know, I wasn't the kind of teacher's pet that like what thought I was above the other kids and like was serving the teacher because I wanted to have that power or whatever. That was not me. That's not what I mean when I say teacher's pet. When I say teacher's pet, I mean like I was the one that was like I was always doing what I was supposed to be doing for the most part. So like if there was ever a situation where like some kids were unruly, like the teacher would always be like, "Do what Chris is doing," and then so that was kind of my version of teacher's pet, and that was all through high school. Well, until high school. Like high school, I kind of came into my own like personality wise, and that's where I kind of developed more class clown behavior, where I was testing like what I could get away with certain classes and teachers. And and that was also the point where like I stopped taking school so seriously. Like in middle school, it was like head down to like do nothing but work really hard. And even freshman and sophomore year, I did the same. But like junior and senior year was like when I was like, this doesn't matter as much as we make it matter. Like it's important. Yes, school's important, but like school itself is not that important. Learning is important. So yeah, once I kind of like went down that rabbit hole of thinking, then I started like having more fun like within the classes themselves and not necessarily focus on schoolwork, but like if I was going to be here for like an hour and a half at a time with block scheduling, I'm going to have fun. I'm going to make it fun. So So, like I said, for some classes I was teacher's pet, but like some classes I was not. Like, I would get detention in a few classes just from trying to make jokes or trying to be silly. And I remember one time my best friend in high school, Jake, we made a bet. He had a class. We both had classes on the ground floor at the last period of the day. I think this was senior year or junior year. We made a bet. It was first one to climb out of the window and get out of the view of the teacher wins. Right? So I think it's like we have like pretty much our classes are joining. Like my class is on the first floor here. His is like the one right next door. So I can't see him. Obviously, there's a wall, but like I know in his class he's plotting because we planned it for like a Friday. We're like, okay, this is the day we're doing it, and nobody else knows. We didn't tell anybody. So it was like the whole premise of that day was to try to figure out a way to climb out of the window. Like the windows, the windows that like slant open like that, right? And slant close and lock. So you have to unlock it, slant it open, and you have to climb out. Right. So it was a whole thing. It was like we had made this plan like maybe weeks in advance. So like the week prior, I had gone up to the windows just nonchalantly and like tested the locks, tested how wide they opened. You know, saw the distance from the window to the ground, but there was very little, so you didn't have to jump out. You just had to like casually sneak out, and I would see like how wide I could make the window go before I couldn't fit through. You know, just test runs when like the teacher was, you know, turned around or all that stuff. So the day of, I had it so like I stopped by my locker before class. So I dropped off all my books. So I didn't plan on coming back to this class. I planned on getting out, meeting up with him, and then we just leave and start the weekend. Because I figured he'd get out too, but I get out first. So I leave all my stuff in the lockers, come to class empty-handed, which is rare, but nobody asked me about it because I was the class clown. Nobody cared. Anyways, that day, the period progresses. I'm like looking at the clock, waiting for my opportunity, because my thought was, all right, I need an instance, not where her back is turned. I need my teacher, and her name was Miss Murphy, and she's like one of my favorite teachers of all time. Backstory: she's such a good family friend. She's one of those like I was a lovable class clown because like I loved her so much as a teacher and a person. So it's like it was always kind-hearted and warm-hearted from where I was standing. Like I never like was trying to be mean-spirited toward her or anybody in the class or ever actually in high school. Like that was not me. But I adored her, and so I never did anything like too crazy or obscene. But like this like was lighthearted. I wanted to climb out the window in class and not get caught. So I needed her to not only have her back turned, but I needed her to be preoccupied with another student, you know, and something I knew was going to be like more than like just a quick little bloop bloop, you know, 3-second little interaction and go. I needed like a solid like 30 seconds to a minute. And I thought during the week I was like, okay, maybe I'll ask a friend in class to like distract her. And when I give a sign, go up and distract her for a little bit and I'll sneak out. But I was like, no, that's not challenging. The challenge is to have it be organic. And also I felt like it was cheating. I wanted it to be like, you know, me on my own merit, nobody else involved. If this was prison and I couldn't tell a soul, could I get out? And yes, I know I just, you know, compared high school system to prison, and take it what it is, you know. Food is terrible, both places. And a lot of white people in charge. But yeah, so I waited. I mean, I was hoping that I could, like I said, the clock was ticking, right? I knew my buddy Jake was going to climb out at some point. I needed to beat him. I think we had wagered like a 6-pack in a pound, like buying meal at Taco John's or something at the time. And if all my non-Midwestern people Taco John's is like Taco Bell, but like worse. So, a lot was at stake, right? And I mean, we're talking like an $8 meal. So, um, anyways, I'm looking up. We're like 15 minutes into this class, and like the first maybe 15 minutes is her like going over what we need to study and stuff like that. And then I remember we pair off into groups. I was like, oh dang it, okay, this is not good. I mean, someone's gotta know that I'm gonna leave. I wanted to just do it without anybody knowing. But like, even with the setup of the chairs and things, I don't know if it'd be possible, because it was like the windows were at the back of the class, right, and all the chairs were facing forward. But like to get to the window I needed to climb out of, which is the back right, there was like at least 2 or 3 kids in the back row that would obviously see me. Even if they're looking forward like a peripheral, they would see me because they're already so close to the window. But anyways, so 15 minutes go by. We're paired up in groups. I strategically like get in the back corner where I need to be. So I guess I was thankful that we grouped up, because I grouped up with the guy in the corner, and he was a slacker too, so he didn't care. It was funny. So I was like, okay, what's my situation? So I'm sitting there, and I'm just BSing the project or the thing with my partner, right? And I know I'm climbing out, and eventually I told him, I was like, yo, I'm gonna dip out this window, so right. And so maybe about a half hour into class, I get just a stroke of luck, just the absolute stroke of luck, because we got maybe 30 minutes left of the class, so it's like halfway through, and I'm chomping at the bit. I'm like, oh, when's my time to go? When's my time? I look up, and this yapper of a student, she just yaps and yaps and yaps, and she's head of the class pretty much. She's like that stereotypical, like, know-it-all. It's one of those things, I know if she gets up and goes and talks to the teacher, it's going to be a 5-minute ordeal, right? Something's wrong, she found a mistake somewhere, it's going to be a whole thing. And I lucked out, right? So I see her get up. She's walking, and she goes to the pencil sharpener. And I'm like, because I don't know if you guys still have pencil sharpeners in school, but like back in the day, we had pencil sharpeners like attached to the wall, and they like spun like fidget spinners. Like you stick your pencil in, a dull pencil, stick it in, and you sharpen it. Like you spin a thing, and there's like elves or gnomes in there, like in the mechanism itself, that like sharpen it. So that was happening like while she was up there, and I was like, dang it, I was this close. I was so close. And so yeah, she sharpens up, she goes back to her seat. So then I sit for another 15 minutes. So it's like 45 minutes. So now I've only got 15 minutes left of this class anyway to get out. And I'm like, dang. Luckily for me, the sign was to go walk past the other's class window, right? So like my buddy, if he got out, he was going to walk by mine and maybe tap on it if he could. And I would clearly know that he got out, right? So the same with me and him. Like if I got out, I would go over and I would tap on that window. So I didn't hear any tapping yet. So I was like, okay, I'm good. Right. So 15 minutes left. A different girl gets up. She walks up. She passes the pencil sharpener. She goes up to the teacher. Right then, I'm like, oh, I won. I'm in it. This is easy money now, because all I needed was one person to just chat with her and take her time up for 30 seconds. And we got, like I said, we got maybe 12 minutes left in this class. So it's like it defeated almost the whole purpose, because I wanted to get out real early so I could celebrate and have an early weekend. But nonetheless, I still want to win this bet. So my teacher turns her back, conversing with this other kid from the jump. I look at my partner. I'm like, I'm out. He laughs. The other kids around kind of like, what's going on? But they don't really ask. I slip over, unlock the door, or unlock the window, prop it open to the amount I know I can get out. Stick one leg out. Press my arms and like I angle it because I practice. Press another one out. Duck down under. Close it up. I have him. He sees and he's cool. He's down for the cause. So he locks it behind me. And I'm out. I'm out. And then I look to my left. And I see my buddy Jake climbing out at the exact same time. Exact same time. Couldn't have planned it any quicker, any better, any more precise. We both got out at the same time. We went to the mall, bought ourselves our own meals, Taco John 6-pack and pounds. Best day ever. Best day ever. Such a good. I mean, we only missed 15 minutes of class. Like, we really just slightly inconvenienced ourselves, really. Like, there was no real reward for it, but the reward was in knowing that, like, we successfully snuck out of class. And, like, to this day, I don't even know. I've talked to Miss Murphy several times after that, and I don't know if she ever knew that I climbed out. Or maybe she did. Maybe she knew the whole time, but she never told me. Who knows? But I like to think that she didn't know, and I did it so smooth that, like, I just trickled out into oblivion, just like I faded away. But yeah, that's probably my favorite class clown story, because it's like, it's lighthearted. It's exactly me in a nutshell. It's like, I never wanted to do anything mean. I was just more of like, just something funny, something like that entertained me, and it was like playful. I just like skipped out. I just climbed out a window. Like, that's it. So yeah, I was both the class clown, and I would say majority, like 95% of the time, I was the teacher's pet. But like 5% of the time, I could get a little saucy with it. A little saucy. All right, let's do a few more, because this is kind of fun. This is taking me down some weird roads. I haven't thought about that in years, or at least I can't remember when. All right. Let's do something else. So, okay. This one's kind of fun. What is the best room in your house? Why? Who do you think has the biggest impact on fashion trends? Actors and actresses, musicians, fashion designers, or consumers? Zeppelins, lead. Now that indie publishing has become easier, have books gotten better or worse? And what is the best way to stay motivated and complete goals? Okay, so I want to do this first one. I don't really care about this one. Zeppelins, honestly, nah. Let's do this first one and this last one. So the first one is, what is the best room in your house and why? All right. So, the best room in my house. Okay. So I'm going to base this on yeah, I'm going to base this on my house in North Carolina, because I love that house. So, the best room in my house there was my bedroom. My bedroom is always my favorite room. Like, I always put the most work into it, because, like I said, I want my home to be cozy, and for me, I cannot have a cozy home without a cozy bedroom. And I realize I said cozy weird there, like twice in a row. But yeah, for me, it's gotta be a cozy home, a cozy bedroom. Like, I'm talking. So in that room, in that house, it was all wood floors. So it was wood floors, everything, and it was beautiful. I had my queen size bed set up, and I had like some baby blue sheets and a big old white comforter and big old pillows, and I had my favorite paintings on the wall. Some paintings I had done, which weren't that good, but they were kind of interesting, you know. I had my piano in the corner. I had my little spot for Nash where he had his little puppy corner where he had his pictures of puppies and his big old bed, and I had my I had lace curtains, the ones that, like, for me personally, I don't like black coat curtains because first of all I got depression, so it's like I gotta have sunlight even if I don't want it. Like, I gotta have it. So I love lace curtains because you can let in the sunlight, but it's not like just alarming them out. It's like a gentle way to wake up, or gentle. But also, I love seeing the moon at night through the curtains. Like, that's one of my favorite. It's so dreamy. It's like something about seeing like soft moonlight filtering through your lace curtains on a really pretty night, especially a southern night. Like, it's next level. It's so comforting. It's so cozy. Like, I cannot tell you how many times I've like woken up in the middle of the night with like Nashville beside me, and like I roll over and I look through the window from my angle. I can see the moon, and I can see the light from the moon just like filtering in, and like it just kind of paints the whole room in like in a soft glow, and it's lovely. So that's why I love like lace curtains, or at least like semi-sheer curtains. And I get like when people are like, well, I need like the privacy, but I'm like, if someone's really gonna stare into my room, like, A, Nashville's gonna catch them. B, if you like the show, at least tip. Come on, bro. At least live with some coins, at least some coinage. So yeah, I had that, and I had like a bunch of candles, and I had my amp, which acted as a speaker. So I would plug in my computer to it, and I would just pretty much the moment I woke up to the moment I went to bed, like, or got home from work, I would put on some music, and I would just have my room filled with like soft music or whatever music I was. I mean, it could be hip hop, it could be rap, it could be, but mostly it was like either Laney, or it was like which is like California, like dream pop or synth pop, or like really cozy folk, like Nick Wilson, or like I don't know, even like a little bit of like Zach Bryan. I played through there, like anything and everything, but like it just filled the space with like music. And so I just picture this, and I always, something about me is like I always have soft lighting, apart from like this bright light, and that's just for like the effect. But like I always, in my day to day, I have soft lighting. Like I always turn off the overhead light, and I always have like warm, soft bulb lighting. Like I can't do fluorescence. I can't do, like even this right here is probably gonna change over time because I don't like the ring light like brightness, and like that white light. I don't like that, So there I had string lights, and they were like warm and glowy, and like essentially like a Christmas warmth going on. And so picture wood floors, those warm lights, some soft music, the windows open, the candles going, smelling just beautiful, and cozy bed with me and my puppy. And I would just lay there and I'd watch Korean dramas, or I'd watch like streamers, or I'd play piano or play guitar or write or read. Yeah, the bedroom is my favorite place, my favorite room by far. It's like, it's just, and that'll be probably, I mean, that's how I've been with every situation. And I think it spawns from like college days where, growing up, I almost always shared a bedroom like with my siblings, because like I came from a big family, so it's like it's hard. I mean, when you have 5 kids and 2 parents, and it's like, and all of them at various ages, like it's tough to have the space, like, without paying hundreds of thousands of dollars. Like, it's hard to find houses big enough, and like, So like having your own room was a luxury, and like I remember my older brother had his own room. Eventually, like it took till high school till we moved, but then me, it was like growing up. It was me and my brothers. We shared rooms, and my sisters came and we shared rooms. It's like we just, I think we, I can't remember if we all shared rooms, the five of us, or like the four of us, three of us. I don't know, but like I'm no stranger to sharing rooms, and I think about it fondly, at least in my toddler to like middle school days. It's fond because like we would all just play N64, like kid stuff, just stay up till 9 p.m. and just laugh and watch Johnny Bravo, whatever it was. Like I loved it. And then so that was a safe space then. And then like in middle school, I shared it with my younger brother, and we were both middle schoolers. Like we were both teenagers, so it's like, or preteens. So it's like that's the worst age to share rooms. So, I mean, it was still fun. But it was like the very first time where I was like, oh, I kind of want my own space. Because like again, I was wearing my emo. I was listening to Escape the Fate. It was like, So then let's see what happened after that. Oh, then I went to college. No, then my brother he moved down to the basement. He moved his bedroom to the basement, so I had my own space. So then I kind of made it my own, but like I was still in high school, so I didn't have any kind of sense of style or sense of anything or any money to fill it out. But it was like cool to have my own space. And then college hit. So my first year in college, I was in a dorm, and like, so you're sharing a room. So I made sure to make my bed cozy and my area cozy, and I had my coffee set up and all this stuff. So I built the ground floor in college, and then second year was the dorms again. But I made sure to make my area cozy and my kitchen area the way I wanted it. And then what really set it off was my junior year in college. I rented out this really cool, like old style house in Iowa City. It was the first time I lived off campus, and I was living with some really, really cool people. Like some of my dearest friends, even though like I have been trash at keeping up with friends, but like they're near and dear to my heart. Claudia, Connor, Deanna, Maina, Zamira, Morgan. I love them all to death, and yeah. So we all lived in this house, and well, five of us did, but we pretty much all could. Like it was weird, like a family. It was so cool. But that was all wood floors too, and that was the first time like I had my own space in college, and I had some semblance of money, and like I could kind of decorate the way I wanted to. And that was once again like me, my personality. Like even though I loved them to death, like I need to have a space that's my own. I'm not like a common space kind of guy. I'm not gonna like hang out in the common areas. I've just never been that type. Me, I need to be in the comfort of my own space, my own items, my own music, my own world, my realm. I just need that, at least for the majority of the time. So I remember I did my best to like. It was the first time I had my own bathroom. Like, cause in the dorms you have the dorm bathrooms in the like down the hall, and then and growing up, like we just all shared the same. Like it was just like this was the first time I had my own like designated bathroom in my room, and so I got to put up shower curtains for the first time, and I got to do like set everything up the way I wanted to, and I put like a little weight bench in the corner of my room because it was a big space. It was the only room on the ground floor, but it was kind of big. Like it was the biggest room I think, but it was on the ground floor, and I was the only guy in the house, so it's like it worked. Like I was kind of like not the protector, but like it just made sense. So so I decked it out, and it became a really safe space for me. Like it became a really cool, like even though I loved the girls to death, like I would die for them. But it was just really cool to have that like space to go to like after a long day at work or at school or whatever it was, and kind of just decompress. And then my senior year, I lived with all guys actually, and it's the same thing. I'm not a common space kind of guy, so um, you know, they were like, I put a lot of, well, I had a smaller room there, so it was like really just my bed and like my desk and my computer and like bookshelf and TV, and it was bare bones, but it was still cozy to me. It was comfy. Like, I think classic college kid, I put up some like posters of like movies or a Wiz Khalifa poster probably. Um, Not Mia Khalifa, Wiz Khalifa. Do people still listen to Wiz Khalifa? Is he still a thing? But so yeah, so senior year, I made it that like cozy space for me, and that was nice. But it wasn't much. It definitely like when I was there, I would like start daydreaming about like, oh, when I have my own place. Like that was the first time I started daydreaming. Like, okay, if I have my own place, I'm gonna put art here. I'm gonna do this, all this stuff, you know. And then flash forward, like the only real home I had to myself, because I'd like, you know, be with my family, or I moved in with someone I was dating, and but it never quite felt like my spot, you know. So the first time I actually got to do all that, like, was when I moved down to North Carolina and had my like a place all to myself. You know, it was just me and Nash, and like one of those, like, I came in day one, there wasn't even a fridge or a microwave, you know. One of those kind of situations. Like, it was a cool place, but like it was just bare bones. Like, you know, I honestly had trouble filling up the space. Like, it was just like like it was just a too much space for me, just being me, but I made it work. Um, but so like just organically, just naturally, this excuse me, the space I filled up the most was the bedroom. Excuse me. It was just like natural. I want my room to be like just cozy and warm. So yeah. Yeah. So that is that. All right. Let's do maybe two more. So this next one is, what is the best way to stay motivated and complete goals? What is the best way to stay motivated and complete goals? You tell me. That's a good question. I don't know. I mean, me personally, I that is a good question. I don't know. I am pretty goal oriented. For me, hold up. This might be scuff for you. Any ASMR fans out there? That's pretty good. It's not a sponsor, but it's Mountain Dew Baja Point Break Punch. It's actually pretty good. That's kind of yummy, actually. It's like Mountain Dew version of Hawaiian Punch, and I'm not mad at that. But yeah, let's see. Best way to stay motivated. What is the question? Best way to stay motivated and complete goals. Okay. All right. So I guess let's break this one up into like a few parts. So let's say like career goals and like personal goals. Because like for me, I always delineate between the two. Like starting with career goals, my best way to stay motivated in career goals is to envision what it looks like 2 years down the road, 5 years down the road, 10 years down the road. Like, for me, if I'm doing something I know I don't like, I'm not going to be able to visualize 2 years down the road. So chances are I'm going to do something else, or like kind of figure out how to maneuver into a different space. You know, maybe it's moving up the company, or maybe it's moving tangentially, like to another position within the company, or maybe it's like, you know, shifting companies entirely and going to a different thing, or doing a different position, like a different job entirely. But my big thing is like, if I can picture being there for another 2 years, then that's like the base, right? If I want to be there, then that informs the rest of my goals. Because like that right there is big. If I can lock in my mentality and be like, okay, I want to be here for the next 2 years, then I've got room to grow. I got room to like learn and experience different things, right? Within this field. So once I lock that in, then I'm like, okay. Then I kind of soul search. You know, it's usually for me. I do my goals, my career and personal goals on Sunday nights. You know, like in my cozy room. You know, I light the candles, get the music going. You know, usually some folk music on Sunday nights. You know, my stomach's probably full of a good meal. I probably just taking a hot bath or shower, and I'm just cozy and in pajamas, and Ashley's probably laying at my feet, and I do it like physically. I write out, so I've got like a notebook or a journal, and I just write like, okay, so what do I want to do for the next year at this job? You know, is that, you know, what does that look like for me? What do I want to like get better at? What do I want to improve? Do I want to move up? Do I want to stay where I'm at? You know, and you can just, you know, extrapolate that out years, 5 years, 10 years. You know, in 10 years, do you want to be doing the same thing? 10 years, do you want to be doing something different? 10 years, do you want to be in the same company? 10 years, do you want to be completely different area? What's that look like, you know? So that's my advice or that's my way of I guess, defining career goals and staying motivated. And then like day-to-day motivation is like having fun with it. Like I found the only way I stay motivated is if I'm enjoying it to some degree. Like I'm not saying, look, I survey, so like I'm out in the hot woods in the summertime with snakes and ticks and, you know, briars and just swamp, and it's not ideal. I mean, I'm spending 10, 11, 12 hours just in 95 degree heat, 100% humidity, chopping and carrying stuff, and it's a lot. And like most jobs, like there's no job that's really easy. But like I would always find moments to have fun. Like me and my best friend KB, we would like kick it. We would, you know, spend 5 minutes at the creek just listening to the water, or put our toes in the creek, or we listen to music, or we joke along as we're working, or whatever the situation is. It's like always pick out some nuggets of fun to have in whatever you're doing, even if it's a nightmare. Like, even if it's a job you can't stand. Like, I worked at an ethanol plant, hated it, but I worked with really cool people, and there's this girl Tiff, one of my favorite people of all time. Whenever we could, we'd take some time and like we just talk and we just laugh and we just like talk about 5 seconds of summer, or like, you know, Thai dramas or whatever this like. I hated that job, but I loved like spending, like getting to know her, and like also Brian and Pat and like a whole bunch of people like I really enjoyed. So it's like finding little things like that kept me motivated. Having like Tiff there and Pat there and Brian there kept me going for at least a year. You know, that kept me motivated and going toward my goal. And my ultimate goal was to move to North Carolina, which I succeeded because I was able to stay there. Like, it was just all connected. So my biggest key to staying motivated is enjoying the now, enjoying the moment. You know, not being too focused on the end goal without enjoying what I'm doing in this moment. Even if it's not that fun, like, try to find ways to make it fun. And I know that's tough, but like little things here and there, like even if it's like not even work related, maybe after work on Friday you go to get Dairy Queen, and that's your routine, and that it's fun to you, and you look forward to that, and that keeps you motivated to keep going. And then personal goals, same thing. I do the same thing where I write them out it's not every Sunday, but like probably once a month on a Sunday when I'm feeling it. I'll go through and I'll write out my budget. I'll write out kind of what my goals for the month are, what my goals for the weeks are, like this upcoming week is, and then what my long-term goals are. And then it's like personal goals. And usually I don't go more than a year out. Usually it's the next couple months, like season-wise. So like I do it seasonally, where it's like, all right, let's take this month first. So April. What does April look like for me, and what does the rest of the spring look like for me? You know, so I'll physically write it down. I'll be like, because if it stays in my head, it won't motivate me. Like, I need to be able to write it down just to have it out. Just mentally, it helps. Like, I can think back to it on a Wednesday and just have it, know that it's tangible and like written somewhere, almost like it locks in. So I'll write out like, all right, April, I want to work at least 10 hours of overtime this month. I want to see one concert. I want to travel to one new city, and I want to start one new K-drama. And that's kind of like my personal goals. Like, I know it sounds silly, but like it's those are important to me. Like, those are fun to me. So it's like that keeps me intrigued and engaged. And then like for the springtime, I'll be like, okay, this spring I want to take a trip to Korea. That's like the overall goal. So like that's what I'm motivated. Like, that's what like the highest motivation for me is, to get to Korea and to eat the food and have a trip out there, right? So everything else is like leading toward that. So like the overtime, that's why I'm working the overtime, so I can get to take a trip. And then, you know, I'll even write things like, okay, I want to do 5 things this spring that make me happy. And that could be anything. That could be, you know, eating a good meal, like ordering sushi, or like splurging on myself and buying clothes, or, you know, taking Nashville to the dog park, or whatever it is. It's just something tangible that like I'm looking forward to. If you haven't noticed like so far, I'm very like positive reinforcement motivated. Like there's that meme, like I'm just a silly little girl after her silly little treats. Like, that's it. I just live treat to treat. Like, I just, I want to, I plan my weeks. Like every Wednesday, I would like do pizza Wednesdays. Where like, because Wednesday's like, so I think Tuesday's the worst day of the week, but Wednesday's a close second. The only thing Wednesday has for it is it's hump day, so I would plan on Wednesdays after work. I'd order a pizza. I'd come home, take a quick shower, and then I'd eat pizza and drink Pepsi and watch a Korean drama or an NBA game or whatever it is. And I kept that routine going for quite a bit. Like, I would miss weeks here and there, obviously, but like, because like sometimes I'm not feeling pizza, but I would do something else special, like sushi or something splurged. And like, that legitimately changed my mindset about the weeks. Like, something as small as that, something is like making a decision. It just, those treats are big. So that's another thing, like motivation, goals. Set up little treats for yourself. Like, it could be big treats, it could be little treats. Big treat, going to Korea. Small treat, like a Twinkie. Or like a Nutter Butter. But like something that like, something you legitimately like enjoy and like are excited for. So yeah, the personal goals for me, that's a big one. I've never been like, I've never been about the grind, honestly. Like, I've never been like the type, like, I'll work, don't get me wrong, I have no problem with hard work. I have worked my fair share of 80-hour weeks, 60-hour weeks. When I work, it's usually, I'm in a career field where it's usually 45, 50 hours a week, 10-hour, 12-hour days. Like, I am no stranger to that. I actually enjoy it a lot, but it's one of those things where I'm very self-motivated, so that doesn't bother me. But the personal goals is where it's like, that's where it shines for me, because I'm one of my best qualities, I think, and I'm learning this, is like, I can stay motivated to reach a goal, a personal goal, very, very steadfastly. Like, if I want to do something, if I want to make something happen, and it's not immediately feasible, I will make it happen. Like, I'll stay on it. I will acquire the funds. I will just make it happen. Like, and I think a big reason behind that was like, I had this friend, and like, he would always talk about, he'd want to do all these things, right? But he would just never do them. Like, he would talk about it, and I'd notice after a while, like, oh, he's not doing any of these. And I never wanted to be that. I never wanted to be the dude that like just talked about things and just wanted, like, I spent my whole life wanting to do things and never actually doing them. Like, that sounds like a nightmare to me. Like, if I want to do something and I can make it happen, I'm gonna do it. So that's what I found, is like, if I've got that personality where like, if I put my mind to something, I will make it happen. And so yeah, but for me, my like, realistically, what helps me is to make a list. Like, write it out, write your goals out. Pick a day, sit down. If you don't want to do it on a piece of paper, do it on your computer, do it on your phone, your laptop, whatever it is. Just, and you can start simple. You can start with like, what do I want to do on Monday? You can do day by day, like Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Work, do this, blah blah blah, do this, like, and like, personal goals, like, okay, I want to do one thing this week that leads me to this. Like, I want to save $5 to get to a concert, and after 3 months I'll be able to have enough. I don't know, whatever it is. Just write it out and have treats. Have little treats that you can have that make you happy, that kind of reinforce why you're doing the thing you're doing. You know, it's like, I can't imagine now looking back, like I can't imagine working, 55, 60 hours a week, surveying without having little treats, without stopping and getting a milkshake every once in a while, or getting pizza, or, taking one of those days off and going to Charlotte to explore the city, see the museum, like those things, like that's so important. So that really helps, is have treats for yourself. All right, should we do one more? Let's do. All right. Okay, Native Americans. That's a pretty strong one. All right, let's do movies and books have the same power change the world. I don't feel like talking about what foods do you absolutely hate. We'll talk about that one. We'll talk about, I don't know, Native Americans. That's a fun one, but let's not get into that right now. What's one thing you miss about the kids? Okay, we'll do foods I hate and something I miss about being a kid. All right. So, foods I absolutely hate. I absolutely cannot stand mashed potatoes. I hate mashed potatoes. Those things are so gross. It's like, I love potatoes. I love potatoes in almost every other form. Love me some fried potatoes. Actually, no, that's a lie. I don't really like baked potatoes either, but I don't feel as strongly about them as I do about mashed potatoes. I love fried potatoes. I love fries. I love chips. I love. So many different ways of potatoes I enjoy, but not mashed. Mashed potatoes, the texture is gross. Like, I don't want my potatoes to be whipped, if that makes sense. Like, there are a lot of things that can be whipped, but like mashed potatoes, like potatoes should not be whipped. I don't want my potatoes to be necessarily fluffy. Like, and I don't think that's rude of me to say. It's actually really good. I'm surprised. Mountain Dew, Baja, Point Break, Punch. Once again, not a sponsor, just good. But yeah, mashed potatoes, I do not like. Let's see. There are a lot of foods that are like blah to me, but like strongly about them enough to hate them. Not very many. Mashed potatoes are one. I hate mashed potatoes. I know there's others. I'm trying to think. But like I said earlier, like for the most part, food is so important to me, and I'll try just about anything. Like, if it's edible, I'll try it. Let's see. I know it's funny because my brother and sister were just talking about how I'm a picky eater, which I don't think I am, but I think they're right. So, I'm not saying I'm wrong. I'm just saying they're right. But they, I guess I'm like one of the pickiest eaters in the family now. And I always thought it was my sister Sam, but maybe it's me. Oh, I don't like fried chicken. I actually hate fried chicken. I like buffalo sauce. I don't like fried chicken. Like, if it's just plain fried chicken, I hate it. If it's sauced up, I like it. I don't love it, I like it. But like plain KFC, like that, a nightmare for me is like you go to KFC and you just get a plain bucket of chicken. Like, just a plain bucket of chicken is disgusting to me. Like, I don't like the flavor. I don't like the texture. I don't like anything about it. It's like, yeah, just throw some chicken in there. Just, you know what? Give me a bucket. Fill that bucket up with chicken. Just give me assorted chicken parts. Not for me. Not for me at all. But it's but if you throw sauce, like if you sauce them up, like with the buffalo sauce or like a honey garlic or like something like that, I'm about it. 100%. So it's like, it definitely depends, but I don't like fried chicken. Yeah. Um, question number, I don't know what we're on. We got to keep a counter next time, but it's the question is, what's something you miss about being a kid? And that's a wild question. That is almost a mean question to ask. The audacity of this random topic generator to ask me that question at 2 a.m. when I'm at my most vulnerable. What do I miss about being a kid? That's the thing. I was blessed with such a good childhood. There are things I'm nostalgic about. Like, I'm constantly trying to recreate moods from my past, or like feelings from my past. Like, that's how my life is pretty much wrapped around, is like recreating different feelings I felt as a kid or like growing up that I never quite can. But missing something, there's nothing like real big that I miss from being a kid. I do miss how Christmas used to feel so special, and then now it just feels like I said, I do love Christmas. I love the leading up, but like Christmas Day just feels kind of like now, versus it was so magical when you're growing up. So I do miss that. I remember one time me and my brother James, like Christmas Eve, we laid in bed and we listened to the entire soundtrack of this one video game. Like, I can't remember the video game was called, but the song was like "Maintain My Sanity." It was like some obscure game that he'd remember. I'll ask him and I'll report back. But we listened to it like the whole night, and it's not like really a kid friendly song. It's very aggressive, but we listened to that, and I remember that distinctly. Like, it was a chilly night. It was just Christmas Eve, and it was just so cozy when we shared a room, and it was just like my parents were still up, and I don't know. So I miss how Christmas used to feel so special. I miss there was a specific brand of cinnamon rolls that we used to get as a kid. When I was a kid, growing up, it was only sold at Doll's Foods, and if you remember Doll's Foods, you're a real one. Doll's was like real big in Iowa, and now they changed them to like Price Toppers, but Doll's was the spot. And we had our specific Dolls. We would go on the one at Merle Hay, and they had these cinnamon rolls, a pack of like 8, I think, that would come in like a purple plastic packaging. And those things were the most delicious cinnamon rolls I've ever tasted. Like, I don't like, to this day, it's ruined me for other cinnamon rolls. Like, any store-bought cinnamon roll compared to these, trash. And I don't like the homemade, the fancy, like, real cinnamon rolls. I don't like those because these cinnamon rolls were so good. Like, I've been ruined. Like, I can't have, like, the gourmet. I've had them, too. The gourmet, like, warm, fluffy, soft, big, even cream cheese frosting cinnamon rolls now, because I had those plastic wrapped Doll's Food cinnamon rolls growing up. Excuse me. And we would only get them so often, like every so often. My mom or dad would get them, like, and we'd have them like for Saturday mornings, every once in a while. But whenever we did, it was like Christmas. It was like those things. Something about the frosting on top, the way the chemistry that went on, they were the best. Like, the ratio of cinnamon insides to dough to frosting was perfect. And like the frosting, I would like it would harden, and I would like I would like peel off the frosting and eat it, like, and it was just delicious. I had my own method of like eating these for cinnamon rolls. It was just like they were phenomenal. Like they were the best. Like that's the one thing I truly miss. I've googled it several times to find out if they still make them. They don't. I tried to find out like anything about them, and they're just gone. They're gone. They stopped like I think when I was in high school maybe, and they just never came back. And those things, I found some that are like maybe 30% as good. There was a store-bought brand I think in Rhode Island that was like almost like near like in the ballpark, in the minor league park, but like these things were immaculate. Like I miss those. Let's do one more thing I miss from childhood or from being a kid. Everyone says like they miss when like they didn't have responsibilities and stuff, but like I like having responsibilities because for me, like a big part of it also is like I don't have a kid yet, so but like I like having the responsibilities of things because it gives me a sense of purpose, but also I like that I can for the most part choose my responsibilities. Like I have the freedom to like be responsible for things, if that makes sense. Like for a house payment or a car payment, like I can choose. I mean, yeah, I don't want them, but like I can choose to be in a situation to have them. Like or like having a dog. Like I love having the responsibility of having a dog. Like that's not a big selling factor for me. Like I don't want to be like carefree. Like because even as a kid, I wasn't really like carefree. I mean, yes, I was to an extent, but like you still care about things, and you're still like have your worries as a kid. You still have your trials and your tribulations and things that you are anxious about as a kid. So it's like not always carefree. So that's not a motivating factor for me. But let's see, one more thing that I miss. And also as an adult now, it's like I love that I'm in complete control of like who I surround myself with. Like as a kid, you're kind of thrust into like school and thrust into like relationships and friendships with people that like you're only there because proximity, or like you see them, or like you are obligated to talk to them. Like that's a nightmare for me. Like I love now that I can choose to not see somebody or choose to not hang out with someone or choose to hang out with someone. Like I can choose. I'm much more in control of like how I spend my time versus when I was a kid. Like as a kid, it's like, especially when you're with a big family, it's like, you go to school and then you've got obligations with your sports teams or whatever, or like, then you've got your brothers and sisters sports teams that you're obligated to like, if the timing schedules work out, like you've got to go with them, you've got to go over here, you can't be home alone by yourself, so you got to go. It's like all these things. Like now, if I want to spend an entire Saturday in my PJs watching, The Glory on Netflix, ain't nobody gonna stop me. Like that's beautiful to me. Like that's amazing. So it's tough for me to find this third one. Oh, I guess I really miss how much I loved playing video games as a kid. Like I miss playing like N64 with my brothers and sisters, like Mario Karts and Smash Brothers and like Donkey Kong Country or Donkey Kong 64. And like even getting into PlayStation and PlayStation 2, like GTA, like San Andreas and stuff like that. Like I miss getting wrapped up in video games with my brothers and sisters. Like it was just such a fun time. Like that's what this is impartial to do, is like to get me back into that kind of thing, because it's definitely missing from my life. Like I loved it was just the perfect confluence of like just games that came out, technology, mindset. There was nothing better than like I'll never forget my older brother and I. My mom was like, "Okay, you guys can pick one game from Blockbuster to rent," and we rented this Batman game. I can't remember what it was called. It's like Batman. I think I think it was a 64. But it was the most fun game I had ever played in my life, and it was like game changing. It was like so much fun, and I never forgot the way I felt like playing that game for the first time. A rented game from Blockbuster. It was like I missed that. I missed that. All right, it is 2 a.m. Let's do one more. Let's do one more and then call it good. Because I figured tomorrow will be a long one with Minecraft. Alright, you find a remote that can rewind, fast forward, stop or start time. What would you do with it? Paper Boys, if you were a book, what would that be? What do you like to do in your spare time? What are some good and bad things about the education? I don't like any of these. Let's do. What do you think of homeschooling, mining? What's your favorite song of all time? Motherhood. Where do you plan on going for your next vacation? What do you think of standardized tests? What are some goals you have failed to accomplish? Who would be the worst person to... What were you really into as a kid? Okay, let's do... Where are you planning on going for your next vacation? Alright, so we've talked about this a little bit, but I am planning on going to Japan and Korea, hopefully soon. I'm just waiting for my paperwork to go through to get everything situated, but I'm planning on doing a week in Japan and 2 weeks in Korea. And I actually went back and forth on whether or not I wanted to go to Japan because I was really intrigued at going to Vietnam because I love what I've seen from like Vietnam. Just feels like a place, like it just seems like a place I would fall in love with, honestly. Like me, my personality, my mindset, like the food, the culture, just the feelings I get when I look at pictures or videos from Vietnam. Like that feels like something I would love. Like in I've watched a bunch of travel docs and like Anthony Bourdain and Somebody Feed Phil, like Samantha Brown. All the Vietnam ones are always like my favorite because like it just seems like right there, like it would hit a chord with me. So I really, and it's cheaper. It's way cheaper, and it's like to stay. I could stay there for 3 weeks, like, and be fine, versus a week in Japan or in Tokyo. But the two things that sold me on going to Japan instead of Vietnam were three. Vietnam, I'd have to get a visa for, and I want it to be like less stress. Like I've already gone to Spain this year. This next trip, I kind of want to just be like, okay, make it easy. I don't want to have to do any more paperwork than I already have to. So that kind of like sullied me on that. I really want to do a Vietnam trip where I can just solely do Vietnam or solely do that area. So Vietnam, Thailand, Cambodia. Like I want to do a trip with like Myanmar. Like I want to do a trip that encompasses that whole section. And like that, I can easily see me, like if I took a summer off and just spent 3 months out there. Like that's what I want to do. I want to devote like at least a month in Vietnam, to get lost, to get immersed. Like I want to get immersed in it. But 3, and the final reason, is simply because I've always wanted to see Japan. I've always like it's one of those I've always been holding Korea in the back pocket just because so many things. Like A, I would love to go with my family. B, I kind of like the idea of having it there and always being a destination I want to go to. But But I realized, like, if I died tomorrow, or if I died at the end of this year, I would be so disappointed if I never got to see Korea, more so than any other country. And so I want to go because I don't want to have any regrets, but also I'm finally ready to, like, have a new top destination. Because, like, once I go to Korea, then I've seen it, right? And obviously I could love it, and it could be my favorite place I visited, but then I'm the type where I want to see something new. So, it'd no longer be the place I'm dreaming of. I'd want to dream about somewhere else, which I'm ready for a new dream. But Japan it's been a dream as well. It's like not quite as high as Korea, but like I've always wanted to see Japan. And Tokyo, that was a thing that kind of hindered me from Japan. Was I also want to do a month trip in Japan where I want to do Tokyo, I want to do Kyoto, I want to do Osaka, I want to do Sapporo, but it'd be cool. I want to do, like I said, a week in Japan, maybe 10 days in Japan and Tokyo. I want to just eat my way through Tokyo. I want to take the trains. I want to explore some of the neighborhoods. I want to go to Mount Fuji. I want to go to the Seaside Park. I want to just explore. And then I'm going to fly back. I'll fly over to Seoul. And I want to spend 2 weeks in Korea and just explore as much of that area as I can. And just... You hear my puppy coughing? Yeah, I just want to explore all around and see what Korea is about. And I want to eat. Honestly, I just want to eat. I want to eat at both places. You want to come up, buddy? Sorry for the mic. But yeah, I really, really want to, like, I love Korean food. So that's a big reason. Like I said, I'm very food motivated when I travel. So that's a prime example right there. It's like I love Korean food so much. And I want to have, like, and I'm terrible at pronunciation, but we're going to do it because why not? Jjajangmyeon. I can't. It's essentially black bean noodles. I want some of those real bad, like authentic, because I've had some in Hawaii that were delicious. I've had some in like other places that are not delicious. So I want to have them from like the motherland. And I want to try around like and try different kimchis because I love kimchi. I want to have like some japchae, and I want to have some cold noodles and just a whole different type. I'm not good at like pronunciations, but I have a whole list in my phone of different things to try, and maybe I'll try some soju. Obviously I have some chicken and beer out there. Want to try some of the scallion pancakes. Nashville, in here. Stay in here, don't go in there. My Nashville causing trouble, knocking brooms down. No, don't go in there. But so yeah, that's brother. No, stay in here. I love you, but so yeah, and then in Japan I want to eat obviously ramen, maybe some sushi, but I'm not like too. It doesn't matter to me if I miss sushi. I know I get it right. Like I'm in Japan, not have sushi, but like it's not the end of the world if I don't have it. But I just want to eat like different kind of like oma rice. I want to try takoyaki. I want to try what's that one? It's like cabbage, and I can't remember what it's called. Not teppanyaki. Nope, I'm not gonna get there. I almost said omakase, but that's not it. Nashville. Stop. Get out. Come on. But yeah, so that's where I want to go next. And then after, I've already, like, travel for me is like, I'm already like 3 trips planned. So, not actually planned, but like in my brain, I'm like, okay, that's next. So after that trip, I want to do a trip to South America somewhere. Like, I would really love to do like Peru or Chile or Argentina. Like, that would be amazing. So that's like the second trip. And then I would love to do like a Scotland, Ireland trip, like a tour. I would want to do at least 2 weeks out there where I can drive around like the whole of either Scotland or either Ireland. I'd probably choose one. And just, I have this dream, like, that dream of, seeing, I don't know if I do it I kind of adore the idea of like it being green everywhere. But also I kind of adore the idea of like it being fall. Like it kind of being gloomy weather. And, kind of rainy and really, really like peaty and mossy. Like that's the kind of like the words that I feel like describe it. Like peaty. That's like how they describe their whiskey, right? Peat. Like I've just imagined it be like really fragrant and smell green. And then maybe like fly through Edinburgh and see fall in Edinburgh. Like that'll be a dream. But like no, I would like driving around like Ireland or Scotland. I would love to like stop at like a country inn and stay with the locals and hear the accents and try the foods and eat at pubs and do that kind of thing like that. I love that idea. Spend 2 weeks just driving all around, seeing the highlights, seeing the parks, and eating the food and meeting the people. Like that sounds like so much fun to me. So yeah, those are the next trips I'm planning. Let me know, what you're planning, what you want to do. If you've been to any of these places, let me know. I would love any tips or recommendations or just even hearing your experience. All right, so last one. Ooh, no, we've already done the kid. Let's see. Who is your favorite entertainer? Who is your favorite entertainer? Comedian, musician, actor, etc. Okay. I like this one. So who is my favorite entertainer? That is a good one. Okay. Let's see. My favorite entertainer. I'm gonna have to think about this one. Who do you guys like? Let's see. My favorite entertainer? Dang, that's a tough one. I didn't expect it to be so tough. My favorite entertainer. Dang, that's a good question. Okay, let's break it up. Let's do it in different. So I'll go with my favorite comedian, my favorite actor, my favorite musician. My favorite comedian is Probably either Theo Von or Chris D'Elia. Like, those are my favorites. Yeah, because they're both hilarious. They're both just hilarious in different ways. My favorite musician? I can't answer that. We're gonna have to make a tier list. My favorite actor or actress? Probably man, this is a good one. I didn't expect it to hit so hard. I can't really off the top. Like, okay, let me find her name. My favorite actress is she's a Korean actress. Sun Yi-jin. And I apologize if that's way off in pronunciation. Sun Yi-jin. She was in Crash Landing on You. And I mean, she's in like all my favorite ones, honestly. She's in Crash Landing on You. She's on Something in the Rain. She's in 39. She's also in a movie called Be With You. She is my favorite actress currently. Like, anything she's in, I will watch. Absolutely. Like, no questions asked. She's my favorite. And then my favorite actress overall, probably Rita Hayworth. Like, she's a real old school actress. She was like big in like the 40s and 50s. If you haven't seen the movie Gilda, really good. She's beautiful. She's funny. She's smart. She's hilarious. So yeah. And then my favorite actor. I don't know if I have one. I've reached a state where, like I said, all I watch is Korean dramas these days. So it's just not. It's tough for me to like pick out. Like, I mean, it'd be probably just a Korean actor, I guess. But like, I don't know if I have a favorite necessarily. Dang. I'm gonna have to think about that. We'll come back to that. We'll put a pin in that one. But let's see. Alright, well, I think what we're gonna do is we'll probably do the Wordle and connections, and then we'll call it a day. And yeah, I saw this from Fuslie, and I'm gonna steal it because I like it. It's a fun way to end the stream. All right, let's see. Why won't it? Well, maybe we'll play some Wordle. Maybe we won't play some Wordle. There we go. Alright. Let's see. Let me show you what I got. Hopefully you can see this. Let me move this around for you so you can kind of see what I'm working with. Alright. So here's the Wordle. We're going to play this. See how we do. Alright, let's do... Okay, not bad. And then we'll do... Ooh, not good. All right, all right. So how about we do? Let me scroll down so you can see the letters. How about let's do R and O. What about let's do growl. Okay. Not bad. What about no D? Okay. What about BROO? Is that anything? Oh, sorry guys, you couldn't even see that, huh? My bad. Okay. Let's see. All right. What about? Let's see. Broth. What about broth? Let's do broth. Oh, snap. We good. We good. Nailed it. All right. Let's do connections. My bad, guys. I don't know why it keeps cutting to that learning curve. All right. All right. So if you haven't played connections, essentially we're finding things that they connect to each other, and it could be obscure ways, it could be obvious ways, but let's see. P, chest, brown, grounds, hazel, head, green, fiction, lawn, chair, cocoa, director, chief, dogs, field, unchained. All right, so off the top of my head, I think, so we got things like a leader, we've got head, we've got chair, we've got director, we've got chief. All something like top dog. Easy. All right, we got hazel, we got brown, we got cocoa, we got nope. Let's do grounds. We got lawn, we got field, we got green. All like grassy areas. Oh, money. All right. Fiction, brown, cocoa, chest, P, dogs, hazel, unchained. Fiction, brown, cocoa, chest, hazel. Brown, hazel, cocoa, P body, cocoa body, unchained, hazel, fiction, unchained. Unchained dogs, cocoa, brown, chest, haze, brow, P, pear, brown, hazel, cocoa, P. Let's try brown, hazel, cocoa, and P. One away. But which one? Cocoa. Peapod. I don't know. I don't know. Let's see. ON. Unchained. Brown cocoa. Let's see. This one kind of feels good. Nope, wasn't that. So this one's one away. So this one's definitely it. One of these isn't it. Should we just brute force it? Cocoa, brown, P. Fiction. Charlie Brown, Peanuts. Chester. I feel like Peanuts. Charlie Brown. I don't know. Let's go with this. Wow, dang it. One away. Let's go with this. Dang it. Let's see what it is. Words before nut. Chestnut, coconut, hazelnut, peanut. Okay, I was close. I said peanut. Second words in Tarantino movies. Brown, dogs, fiction, unchained. Oh yeah, I'm not gonna get that. I don't really watch Quentin Tarantino films. Alright guys. Hope you had fun today. This was kind of fun doing topics. I could honestly keep going, but I'm kind of sleepy and I want to eat. But it's good to know that this is kind of fun, and we can pull this up whenever and do this. Like I said, tomorrow we'll be here at 10 p.m. Central Standard Time. Tomorrow, equipment willing, we're going to do some Minecraft. So we're going to do a little crafting with the mines. Listen to that sweet Minecraft music. And just chill out and enjoy life, really. So yeah. On that note, sleep well, guys. I hope everything that I hope life's going well for you guys, and that you're enjoying the time you have with the people you love, and squeeze your puppies or your kitties extra tight tonight. It's getting warmer out there, so we can finally breathe. But yeah, so sweet dreams. If you got any ideas for, like I said, Wednesday will be gaming. So if you're not into gaming, you can come through and chat. If not, Thursday will be K-dramas. So I'm really excited about that one, honestly. And then Friday will be kind of a freestyle flashback. We'll just kind of yap and just see where the breeze takes us and whatever we're thinking about. So yeah. But yeah. Thanks, Ari, for coming through and chatting. Yeah. So yeah, I'll be here tomorrow, same time, 10 p.m. Enjoy the evening, and get ready for crafting of the minds tomorrow. I'll see you guys tomorrow.